My child, 8 minutes. That's all you have. And heaven is watching. Yes, you. The one who always scrolled past this. I need your eyes. I need your ears. I need your spirit awake, because this is not just another message. This is a divine interruption. You are standing in a sacred countdown, and every second is alive with eternal consequence. I am speaking now, not softly, not subtly, but with a voice that shatters delay and calls destiny out of hiding. This isn't background noise. This is a spiritual emergency. So don't move. Don't mute me. Don't miss what I sealed for you before time began. Watch this through to the final breath, because within these next 8 minutes, I will uncover what's been blocking your next, ignite what's been buried, and deliver what you thought had passed you by. The atmosphere has shifted. The clock has started, and I'm watching to see how you respond. My beloved, I need you to stop right now, not out of panic but out of reverence. There is a holy weight pressing into this very moment, and I don't want you to miss it. This isn't just another passing minute. This isn't background noise or a casual feeling in your heart. This is not just a moment in your day. It's a moment in heaven's calendar, preordained long before you took your first breath. You've wandered through hours that felt empty and days that seemed like they held no purpose. But this is different. This one, this single breath, this sacred sliver of time, is drenched in divine intention. I have cleared a space in eternity just to meet you here. 8 minutes. That's all. But don't let the brevity fool you. The weight of these 8 minutes carries more than some years in your life ever have. Why? Because this is not about duration. It's about destiny. I have waited for this precise alignment, where your spirit would finally be still enough, your heart raw enough, your soul open enough to hear not just words but me. The countdown has begun. Not to frighten you, but to awaken you. You don't even realize how much heaven has already paused for you. I've held back other voices. I've routed angels. I've interrupted timelines, because you are my focus right now. Not the world. Not the noise. Just you. So don't treat this like another whisper among many. This is not another gentle pat on the back. This is a divine summons. I have chosen this exact second to step in, not when everything is figured out, not when the room is quiet, not when you feel ready, but now. Because readiness doesn't precede calling, obedience does. The moment you're standing in is not familiar because it's not recycled. It has never existed before, and it will never exist again. There are things I can only say to you right now, in this precise atmosphere, under this exact weight of your longing. You've asked for breakthrough. You've begged for signs. And here I am, not just speaking but revealing. Listen with more than your ears. Listen with the ache in your soul that hasn't known peace. Listen with the questions you've buried under your busyness. Listen with the fatigue you can't even name anymore. Because I'm not delivering comfort, I'm delivering clarity. And child, clarity is comfort when it's from me. The heavens are watching not to judge, but to witness what's about to unfold in your life. They are holding their breath, waiting to see how you respond in these last 8 minutes before the curtain rises on a completely new scene of your story. You're not late. You're not overlooked. You're standing right on time in the doorway of divine release. So come close. Don't scroll past this. Don't silence the tug. Stay here. Because this minute is sacred, and heaven is watching with holy wonder. You've been feeling it for a while now, haven't you, child? A holy unrest. A sacred pressure pressing against your chest like something's about to break open, but you don't yet know what. The world might call it anxiety, nerves, even burnout. But I call it divine awareness. It is not chaos inside you. It is clarity pushing to the surface. It is not fear, it is fire. It's me, your Father, whispering louder than before, surrounding you in places you thought I had gone silent. That sensation that jolts you awake in the middle of the night, the stirring that makes your spirit sit up even when your body is exhausted, that is not madness. That is not imagination. That is awareness. You are stepping into a realm where your spirit is sensing what your eyes have not yet seen. You're beginning to pick up on the movements of heaven, the tremors of divine activity. And child, listen carefully. It's because heaven is watching you more closely now than ever before. The attention of the unseen realm is not scattered. It is laser focused on you in this exact moment. Your obedience, your breath, your posture, your prayer, it has drawn a spotlight from heaven. I have surrounded you with angels, not merely as guardians, but as witnesses. Witnesses to your faith. Witnesses to your sacrifice. Witnesses to your staying power when you could have walked away. They watched you rise from tear-soaked pillows and speak my name even when you didn't understand what I was doing. And now, every act of surrender you thought no one saw has become a signal in the spirit. A signal that heaven cannot ignore. And tightening in your soul. It is not weakness. It is the tuning fork of destiny vibrating with the frequency of what I'm about to unleash. It's why you can't rest the way you used to. It's why silence feels louder than noise. It's why your discernment has grown razor sharp lately. Because I've been heightening your sensitivity for what comes next. There's a divine countdown underway. And you, my beloved, are the main character in a scene that's about to shake the atmosphere. You've been asking for signs, and I've been sending them. But the greatest sign is the one beating in your own chest. Your spirit is alert, your soul is aware, your heart is leaning in. That is not pressure from the world. That is the pull of heaven. I don't want you to misinterpret this moment. The tightness, the tension, the trembling, it is not an emergency. It's a birth. And with every spiritual contraction, something eternal is being pushed into visibility. You are not breaking down. You are breaking through. And heaven is not worried. It's watching. Watching with intensity. Watching with joy. Watching with awe. Because what you have carried in secret is about to crown in power. There is an unseen audience gathered, angels standing shoulder to shoulder, cloud of witnesses leaning forward, and the breath of heaven is holding still, not to judge your performance, but to behold your perseverance. That pressure in your spirit is not a flaw. It's a furnace refining what I've hidden inside you. It's the holy weight of being seen not just by me, but by the entire kingdom realm. And every second you remain still in my presence, every breath you choose to direct toward me, becomes a roar in the spirit louder than any scream of fear. So breathe, beloved. Breathe deeply. You're not being crushed, you're being crowned. The tremble is not terror, it's transition. And the reason your soul feels stretched is because it's expanding to receive what was never meant to be contained in your past season. I need you to trust what your spirit senses even when your mind can't explain it. Let me be the voice that drowns out doubt. Let me be the reason you don't collapse under the weight of waiting. Because while you've been pacing floors and second-guessing your own intuition, I've been preparing the stage for your revealing. And I haven't called the audience to applaud. I've called them to witness the undeniable. The moment a child of God walks into destiny with eyes wide open, aware of the fire they carry, and unshaken by the whispers of fear. Heaven is watching, child. Not from a distance, but from the front row. Don't shrink under the pressure. Stand in it. You were made for this. Child, listen to me now with your spirit wide open. Heaven is not passive. The angels assigned to your name are not asleep, nor idle. They are not sitting on clouds waiting for your prayers to tidy themselves up. They are leaning in, shoulders forward, wings braced, attention locked. They have received their orders, and those orders are waiting on your next move. This is not a metaphor. This is motion in the heavens that has paused at the edge of obedience. Not because I'm unsure, not because I'm delaying, but because what I've prepared to release next can only move at the speed of your surrender. There is something brewing in the unseen, massive, majestic, measurable. And child, hear me, you hold the key. Not because you earned it, but because you endured for it. The angels can sense the tension in the air. They know the weight of the moment you're in. They are not watching casually. They are poised like warriors before a charge, waiting for the spark that is your yes. Your next act of faith is more than just a decision. It's a declaration to the spirit realm. It's a signal that you're not just interested in breakthrough, you're aligned with it. Do you know what obedience does, child? It breaks barriers logic can't. It splits atmospheres that tears couldn't move. It commands angelic movement in directions that emotion alone never could. Obedience is your greatest currency in the kingdom. It's what gives heaven permission to unleash what's been held back. That's why the tension feels so sharp right now, because everything is waiting on your next step. Not your perfect step, not your most confident one, just your obedient one. That one call, that one yes, that one surrender you keep hesitating on. Do it. Say it. Release it. Because the angels are standing by with their wings drawn wide, ready to distribute, to defend, to deliver, but only when you move in accordance with what I've already spoken. You don't have to be fearless to be obedient. You don't have to understand every detail to unlock what's coming. You just need to move when I say move. Trust when I say trust. Stay when I say stay. The angels are moving in synchronization with your surrender. What you do next is not just about you. It's about generations tied to your lineage. It's about promises I made before you were born. It's about prophecies waiting to be fulfilled. This isn't pressure. It's privilege. I've entrusted you with a moment that splits timelines. And if you knew the way the heavens held their breath every time you almost obeyed, you'd understand why this moment is holy. They're watching you now, standing at the edge of destiny, holding the keys I gave you in the dark, waiting to see if you'll finally use them in the light. So take the step. Break the silence. Move the way your spirit has been nudging you to move for months. The angels are not waiting on your strength. They're waiting on your yes. Because that yes, that simple, whispered act of trust, it's what activates the next level of movement. And child, when you move, I move. When you obey, heaven responds. Your obedience is the trigger that makes my voice thunder through closed doors and shakes open windows that have been rusted shut. You are not weak. You are waiting with weapons. And now I am calling you to use them. Because your obedience will do what begging never could. It will command angels to rise and run. It will unleash answers that have been hovering just out of reach. And it will shift you from delay into demonstration. Your next move will not just change your life. It will change the atmosphere. And the moment you obey, you'll feel it. The shift, the surge, the sound of heaven saying, now. My beloved, do not confuse my pruning with punishment. What you've called isolation was actually invitation, but felt like subtraction was sacred selection. I didn't cut away to hurt you. I cleared the space so I could crown you. When I narrowed your circle, it wasn't to leave you lonely. It was to create intimacy. I removed the noise so you could hear me more clearly. I shortened the timelines you were relying on because they were built around comfort, not calling. And I love you too much to let you settle for lesser seasons. So I interrupted your rhythms and stripped away the unnecessary, not as a reaction, but as a revelation. You've been looking at what's missing, but I need you to focus on what's about to manifest. Because, child, you are standing at the edge of a divine collision, where purpose meets preparation, and heaven kisses earth with glory. This place of tension you're in, it's not a pause, it's a portal. You feel like you've been walking through fog, but that haze was actually holy. I wrapped you in mystery so I could unwrap you in majesty. There are collisions in the spirit realm that only occur when I align time, testing, and truth. And that's exactly what I've done for you. You're not delayed. You're divinely timed. Every disappointment was a redirection. Every closed door with a course correction. Every betrayal was a breaking that birthed new boldness in your spirit. I pulled you out of circles that praised your gifts, but ignored your anointing. I shut down environments that clapped for your image but couldn't carry your oil. Because what I'm about to reveal through you requires more than popularity. It demands purity. You weren't being punished. You were being positioned. And now that everything around you has quieted, I have your full attention. Finally, we can move without interference. What's coming next, child, is not gentle. It's glorious. This is not a soft unfolding. This is a divine detonation. My plans for you are not small, slow, or second-hand. They are sharp. They are specific. They are sudden. And this next step you're about to take will slam into heaven's blueprint like thunder kissing lightning. This isn't poetic. This is prophetic. I am launching you from a place of hidden obedience into a place of public favor. And those who didn't understand your silence will now watch your suddenness and wonder, how did that happen? But you and I will know. We'll know about the lonely nights when you stayed faithful. We'll know about the tears that sowed the ground beneath this breakthrough. We'll know about the inner stretching that no one clapped for but I applauded from eternity. Yes, this is a collision, but not the kind that causes destruction. This one is creative combustion. What felt like pieces falling apart is actually fragments falling into place. So breathe, beloved. I did not strip you down to leave you naked. I dressed you in humility so I could now clothe you in authority. I removed the counterfeit so I could fill you with the authentic. And now, everything that was torn will testify. Every delay will declare. Every loss will launch. You are not standing still. You're standing on the brink. A holy collision is about to erupt in your life. Say close to me. Do not flinch. Do not flee. Because when my glory hits your obedience, the very earth will feel the tremor. The shift you've been sensing is real, and you are the epicenter of it. I narrowed the way, not to shrink you, but to shoot you like an arrow into a realm you were born for. It's time, child. You're not being overlooked. You're being overhauled. You are in position. And now watch what I do next. My precious child, how many times have you whispered into the night, asking if I was still near? How many times have your eyes scanned a silent sky, begging for a sign, aching for an answer, straining to hear something, anything that would prove I haven't abandoned you? I've watched you weep into your pillow when no one else could see. I've heard the words you couldn't speak out loud, the desperate prayers wrapped in silence. And even in your pain, you kept asking me the same question, over and over, God, are you still with me? Let me answer you now, not through symbols, not through riddles, but through thunder. I never left you. Not for a second. Not for a heartbeat. Not for a breath. I was there when the doors slammed. I was there when the promises seemed to disappear. I was there when people praised you in public but betrayed you in private. I never left. I've been walking behind you in the shadows, beloved. Not because I was hiding, but because I was guarding. I stood behind you, like a fortress of fire, intercepting attacks you never knew were coming. I blocked traps. I rerouted pain. I silenced accusations that were forming before they could find your ears. When you thought I was distant, I was divinely active. You didn't see me because I was moving in dimensions beyond your senses. I was in the boardroom where your name came up. I was in the waiting room while you cried out for healing. I was in the courtroom of heaven, presenting your obedience as evidence. I didn't need you to feel me to know I was there. My faithfulness is not measured by your emotions. It's measured by my eternal commitment to never let go of what I paid for. And child, I paid for you. You've reached the final countdown now, the last few minutes before the curtain lifts. And the reason I've drawn near with such intensity is because the unveiling is imminent. You felt forgotten, but the truth is you were being forged. You were not abandoned. You were anchored. I kept you hidden, not because I didn't want to be seen with you, but because I didn't want the enemy to see what I was building inside you. I kept you covered, not because I was ashamed, but because I was shaping something unshakable. And now, I am ready to reveal what I've been cultivating. You thought I was forward, but I was just quiet. You thought I was done, but I was just designing. You thought I was absent, but I was already ahead of you, preparing rooms, aligning resources, scripting divine reversals. So hear me clearly. I never left. I never wavered. I never once second-guessed my choice in calling you. And now the shadows are lifting, and my presence will not just surround you. It will saturate you. These final minutes are not for panic. They are for posture. Posture your heart to receive. Posture your mind to believe. Because you're about to witness what happens when a faithful God unveils the fruit of hidden surrender. This countdown ends in confirmation, not confusion. You will not walk into this next season wondering if I'm with you. You'll walk in knowing that I was the one who carried you to it. Let every echo of doubt be silenced now. Heaven is not silent. Heaven is watching. And I am still here. Listen to me, child, closely. The ticking you hear in your spirit is not the sound of pressure. It's the sound of prophetic precision. This isn't a frantic scramble toward a closing door. This is a countdown to collision, divine timing converging with supernatural release. You've been trained by the world to fear deadlines. You've been conditioned to think that if time is running out, then hope must be too. But I am not confined by clocks or calendars. I created time, and I bend it for my glory. These 8 minutes left, they are not a sign of desperation. They are the sound of destiny accelerating. When heaven begins to count down, it is not to signal your expiration. It is to announce your emergence. You are not late, and you are not lagging. You are standing exactly where I need you, on the edge of something so orchestrated, so intimate, so holy, that even eternity leans closer to watch it unfold. Child, I need you to grasp this. You are in rhythm with my throne. Every beat of your heart, every tremble in your spirit, every second that slips through your fingers is not wasted, it is woven. While you were second-guessing your progress, I was aligning your pace with the pulse of heaven. There were seasons you thought you were falling behind, but I was actually slowing you down so you wouldn't miss the divine alignment waiting ahead. You mistook divine delay for denial, but I was never withholding. I was weaving. weaving promises into places you couldn't reach yet, weaving grace into gaps you hadn't discovered. You were never meant to sprint into purpose. You were meant to sync with my sovereignty. That's why some things didn't move when you pushed. That's why some doors stayed shut when you knocked. Because you were being trained, not to chase time but to trust me. Now, the clock is not ticking down on your chances, it's ticking down on your chains. The limits that once locked you in are about to lose their grip. The doubts that looped like broken records are about to be silenced mid-sentence. Why? Because miracles move on my countdown, not man's timeline. The reason I slowed the pace in past seasons was because the miracle I was crafting couldn't be rushed. You prayed for suddenness, but I needed stillness. You wanted instant, but I was forming eternal. And now that you've yielded, now that you've surrendered to my tempo, I can finally do what I've been preparing all along, reveal the miracle that matches your fingerprint. And no one else can carry it. No one else could steward it. It belongs to you. So instead of dreading the final minutes, I want you to dance with them. Let the ticking be your music. Let the time be your testimony. Because heaven isn't watching a clock run out. They are watching my word come alive. Angels are counting down, not toward loss but toward launch. The rhythm of my throne is moving, and you are not out of step. You are in sync with a cadence that shakes dimensions. Stay in it. Breathe in it. Move with it. Because, child, when this countdown hits 0, it won't be the end. It will be the explosion point of everything I promised you when time didn't even exist yet. And in that moment, you realize, I wasn't just watching your miracle unfold. I was writing it with you. Beloved, if only you could see what I see when I look at your journey. If only you could trace the sacred thread running through every season that tried to break you. I know you've questioned it all, wondered if the heartbreak was necessary, if the silence was cruel, if the waiting was punishment. But let me tell you now, with the weight of heaven behind every word, none of it was wasted. Not one tear you shed in the dark. Not one prayer you whispered when you had no words left. Not one season of delay that made you feel invisible. It all matters. It all moves. And it all led you here, to this holy countdown where everything that once looked like chaos now lines with clarity. What felt like random suffering was actually refined sculpting. I was shaping a vessel strong enough to carry a glory that doesn't leak. Let me show you how I see it. The heartbreak. It wasn't just pain, it was preparation. It stripped you of illusion so I could fill you with truth. The silence. It wasn't abandonment, it was divine absorption. I was pulling you closer without words so you'd learn to recognize my presence even when I whisper. Delays. They were not rejections. They were refinements. I was refining your motives, your mission, your mantle, and the confusion. That fog you begged me to lift. It wasn't punishment. It was protection. I kept you from riding into what wasn't ready for your calling. I confused the plans that didn't align with your promise. Because I would rather you be unsure for a moment than unsafe for a lifetime. I wasn't quiet because I didn't care. I was quiet because what I was doing was too sacred to be spoken prematurely. Everything you endured has now converged into this countdown moment. I need you to see it with new eyes. Don't just look at the scars. Look at the strength they've produced. Don't just recount the losses. Notice the legacy rising from them. This is not the end of your waiting. It is the unveiling of why you waited. You're standing in the doorway of divine reversal, and the ground beneath you is holy. The very air you're breathing has been touched by the tension of transformation. And child, when you look back from the other side of this countdown, you will marvel. You'll see how nothing was random. You'll see how each delay added direction. Each silence had a sound. Each heartbreak had hidden healing. And you'll know that I was with you in it all. So don't despise this pause. Don't rush through it like it's just another uncomfortable breath. Sit in it. Savor it. Because this pause isn't empty, it's pregnant. Pregnant with wisdom. Pregnant with peace. Pregnant with the final push before the promise. The countdown is my invitation to you to look again, not at what you lost, but at what I've laid up for you. There is treasure buried in your tears. There is purpose pulsing in your pain. There is power rising from your patience. And now, with only minutes remaining before the divine release, I say to you, you are not broken. You are becoming. And this pause is the sound of my presence positioning you for the miraculous. Wait with William. Count down with confidence. The sacred was always hiding in your story, and now, it's ready to shine. Your name, my beloved, has not gone unnoticed. It has not been lost in the wind or forgotten in the shuffle of the multitudes. It has echoed, yes, echoed, through the halls of heaven, spoken not as a label, but as a legacy. The angels don't just know your name, they honor it. They don't just hear your prayers, they revere your persistence. When your strength wore thin and your soul felt threadbare, they leaned closer. When you kept walking when others gave up, they stood in awe. Do you realize what that means? Your endurance has become a sound in the spirit realm, a holy rhythm that heaven cannot ignore. You may not have seen applause here on earth, but heaven has been roaring with approval, not for your perfection, but for your perseverance. You didn't know it, but when you pressed on through pain, angels whispered your name with wonder. Not because of what you accomplished, but because of what you overcame. They watched you rise again and again with trembling hands and tear-stained eyes. They saw you sit in silence, staring at closed doors, and still say, I trust you, God. That moment, when your voice cracked but you worshipped anyway, that moved heaven more than 1,000 songs sung in comfort. Child, listen to me. You've been admired by beings who don't age, revered by warriors who never sleep. You made angels pause, because what you endured in silence, what you carried without complaint, what you suffered without spectacle, it wasn't just survival. It was sacred worship. Your quiet obedience became thunder in heaven. You think your name has only been mentioned in gossip and misunderstanding, but I assure you, it's been sung in glory. I've spoken your name to the angels, not as a warning, not as a correction, but as a testimony. Watch them, I said. Watch how they stay. Watch how they trust when it doesn't make sense. Watch how they refuse to let go. You thought you were crawling. I saw you conquering. You thought you were losing. I saw you lasting. You thought you were forgotten. But I was pointing to you while angelic voices echoed, that one right there, they didn't quit. And let me tell you, in heaven, endurance is more precious than gold, more powerful than strategy, more anointed than talent. Your name carries the fragrance of faithfulness. So now, in this countdown moment, I need you to hear this with your whole heart. Heaven knows your name, not the version others fabricated, not the version pain tried to distort, but the real you, a hidden you, the holy you. You were never just a number to me. You were a narrative, and heaven has been reading your story aloud, chapter after chapter, watching the ink of obedience spill onto pages no one else was willing to write. And the angels, they've been holding their breath not for drama but for destiny. They've been waiting for this very chapter, the one where everything begins to turn, where heaven's whispers become earth's witnesses, and the one who was overlooked suddenly becomes unmistakable. Yes, your name has been whispered, but now it's about to be shouted in spaces you never stepped foot in. Heaven hasn't just noticed you. Heaven has navigated you to this moment, to this countdown, to this unveiling. And all of it began the moment you refused to let go. Come closer now, child. Let everything else fade. The opinions, the noise, the distractions, all of it. Let it fall away like dust in the wind. Because right now, this is not a crowd moment. This is a covenant moment. It's not about likes, chairs, or platforms. It's not about who believes in you or who doesn't. This is just me and you. You and your Creator. You and the one who formed you from eternity's imagination. There's no filter here. No performance. No need to impress. Just presence. Just proximity. Just power wrapped in peace. I'm not here to interrogate you. I'm here to infuse you with clarity, with courage, with the confirmation your soul has begged for in the midnight hours. I know how long you've waited for this. I know how many layers you've hidden behind just to survive. I've watched you wear masks that made others feel comfortable, while silently suffocating under the weight of pretending. But not here. Not now. The sacred space is stripped of stereotype. It is drenched in something deeper than recognition. It is reconciliation of who you've become and who you've always been to me. There's no veil between us now. The distance you felt wasn't rejection. It was me preparing the space for revelation too holy to be rushed. And now that you're here, I'm not holding back. I'm opening the vault. I'm releasing what I've stored in glory, not just for your survival, but for your sending. What I'm giving you in this moment is not a recycled promise. It's not leftover favor. It's custom-crafted glory, designed for your fingerprints, reserved for your faith, wrapped in the fragrance of your obedience. I didn't pull it off a shelf. I pulled it out of eternity, and I saved it for such a time as this, because there are things I've waited to place in your hands until your hands stopped striving and started surrendering. I didn't want to give you something that would break you. I wanted to give you something that would build through you. And now, I see it. Your posture is right. Your spirit is steady. Your heart is finally open, not just to receive, but to carry. And that's why I've drawn you into this private moment. Not to just give you relief, but to give you release. So, pause. Breathe me in. Let every part of your being feel the weight of my nearness. You've always been seen. But now, you are being selected. This moment is a transfer. A sacred delivery. Glory that was hidden now becomes tangible. And there's no audience here to explain it to. Because no one else needs to understand what I've chosen to reveal to you. This is intimate. This is infinite. And this is irreversible. What I give now cannot be taken by man, stolen by time, or diluted by fear. This is between you and me. This is personal. And when you walk out of this moment, you won't just walk with answers. You'll walk with evidence. Not because you earned it, but because you stayed long enough in silence to hear me say, "Now, child, now is the moment. Receive what I've hidden for your hands alone." My precious child, there is something you must know with certainty. You did not miss your moment. What you thought was a missed opportunity was actually a measured delay. And the measure was not of your skill, not of your resume, not of your platform. It was of your heart. I was never watching your speed. I was weighing your spirit. You see, while you were counting days, I was counting depth. While you were calculating how far ahead others seemed to be, I was calibrating how deeply you had rooted yourself in me. You thought the fog meant you were forgotten. But that fog wasn't failure, it was formation. I was watching, not casually, but closely, every time you chose faith over frustration. Every time you lifted up a whisper of worship even when your soul was weary. Those moments when the world thought nothing was happening. Those were the moments everything was being decided. Let me take you back into those silent seasons. Remember those nights when your prayers felt like they bounced off the ceiling? That wasn't because I wasn't listening. It was because I was listening deeper. I wanted to hear the song that rises only in the dark. I wanted to hear the praise that isn't plagued by public validation but pulled by private conviction. Child, I was testing your posture, not as a teacher waiting to fail you, but as a father longing to promote you. I wanted to see if your hands would still lift when there was nothing to hold. If your voice would still call me good when your circumstances screamed otherwise. That is what moves heaven. Not perfection, but persistence. Not flawless performance, but faithful posture. That's what I was measuring, your ability to trust me when you couldn't trace me. You see, your moment wasn't withheld. It was waiting for your heart to match its weight. Because what I'm about to pour out cannot rest on a shaky foundation. And child, the reason you were delayed is because I've been deepening your roots. Had I moved sooner, the blessing would have broken you. But now your foundation has been tested. Your character has been carved. Your praise has been proven. I needed to see, not for my knowledge but for your readiness. Would you still love me without the spotlight? Would you still follow me without the finish line? Would you still bow low when the mountain didn't move? And you did. Oh beloved, you did. You chose me in the mist. And now that the fog is lifting, what you'll see isn't just breakthrough. It's the beauty of a heart that was fully yielded, fully trusted, fully refined. So no, you didn't miss your moment. You were being prepared for it. The silence was the stage being built, the fog with the veil being drawn. And now, you're stepping into something that no one can steal because it wasn't handed out lightly. It was handed down from glory. You weren't passed over. You were passed through fire, through refining, through the long, aching road of obedience. And now, you carry something others only admire but cannot duplicate, anointing earned through endurance. So lift your head, child. Your moment didn't expire. It matured. And now that it's ripe, I'm releasing it, not to the version of you from yesterday, but to the you who praised me in the fog, trusted me in the dark, and stayed when you had every reason to walk away. Yes, and child, you did. You praised when the promises felt paper thin. You stayed when your feet screamed to run. You trusted when your heart had every reason to shut down. And I saw it all. I recorded every moment, not on a tablet of stone, but on the tablet of eternity. You may not have had the words, but your posture spoke volumes. You may not have had a stage, but your closet became a cathedral. And now, because of every yes, every tear, every trembling hallelujah, I draw nearer than ever before. With 7 minutes left on heaven's countdown, I lean in, not just to observe but to inhabit. I'm not standing on the edge. I'm stepping into the very atmosphere around you. My nearness will not be subtle. It will be saturating. This moment is not small. This isn't just another checkpoint in your journey. This is a threshold. And I am bending low because your endurance has called me close. You've heard of me coming near to the brokenhearted. But this, beloved, is different. This is rewarded proximity. I am leaning in as a father who is pleased, as a king who is ready to confer glory. as a warrior who has fought alongside you and now stands to signal your shift. I do not lean close without purpose. When I lean in, it means something is about to be spoken that changes everything. And child, I'm speaking not just to your ears, but to your identity. You are not forgotten. You are favored. You are not failing. You are forming. You are not waiting in vain. You are being woven into wonder. With these final 7 minutes, I'm not rushing you. I'm readying you. I'm not counting down with pressure. I'm counting up with power. Because every second now carries a supernatural weight. The winds are shifting. The ground is trembling with expectation. And all of heaven is holding its breath. Not for a spectacle, but for a sign. A sign that my child, you, has passed through the wilderness and stepped into the watering. You didn't even realize how deeply you moved me when you whispered my name with cracked lips and a bruised heart. But I did. And now I'm here, not just near in spirit, but ready in power. But with one's only a whisker will now become a wid. Of favor. Of fire. Of fulfillment. You stayed, child. You stayed. And now everything changes. So lean into me as I lean into you. Let these minutes not just tick away but testify. Let your stillness become a symphony. Let your expectancy become the echo that ripples across the unseen. I'm not a God who teases. I'm a God who tarries until the time is right. And child, the time is now. I'm not leaning in to deliver theory. I'm leaning in to deliver treasure. Because you stayed. Because you praised. Because you trusted. Now, with 7 minutes left, you are more than a survivor. You are a signal, a signpost of my faithfulness. And when these minutes reach their final mark, you'll know without a shadow of doubt, the God who leans in is the God who lifts up. And I am lifting you now. Child, let me speak into the place that still stings. The place where disappointment has lodged itself like a thorn in your memory. I know how that moment broke you, how the door closed without warning, how the opportunity vanished when you had just dared to hope again. I saw your heart break in slow motion. I felt the ache when you questioned, was this the end? But here is my truth, wrapped in fire and whispered with glory, that was not your end. That was your entrance. What you saw as devastation, I have already stamped with divine designation. That rejection wasn't personal, it was prophetic. I closed that door with my own hand, not because you weren't worthy, but because what's behind this door is so sacred, so specific, so stunning, that I wouldn't let you settle for anything less. You see, I don't just open doors. I guard thresholds. I am not a passive observer. I am the divine doorkeeper. And if I closed it, child, it's because it couldn't hold the weight of what I've placed inside of you. That room would have dimmed your light. That platform would have diluted your oil. That connection would have cost you your crown. You saw it as rejection, but I saw it as redirection. A holy detour toward something reserved, something bearing your name, something you were born for. What felt like a no was actually a not yet. What felt like a loss was actually a leading. And I need you to understand this now. In these final minutes, I am not cruel. I'm calculated. I don't waste tears of time or territory. Every detour you've walked was me placing markers in the ground, marking territory that I would later return and say, now is the time. Now enter in. I've been preparing something too tailor-made for you to be rushed into. Something so precise that even a second too early would have spoiled it. The enemy tried to convince you it was over. He tried to call delay your defeat. He tried to convince you that silence meant you were forgotten. But I called him a liar. and I call you chosen, handpicked, held, door prepared. This next entrance is not one you will have to force open. You will not need to beg, push, or plead. You will not need to compromise who you are to fit through this opening. And no, this door will recognize you. The hinges will swing because your footsteps match the frequency of fulfilled prophecy. You won't just walk in, you will be welcomed. Because I've already gone ahead of you and spoken your name in rooms you haven't stepped into yet. And when the moment comes, it will feel like home, not because it's familiar, but because it was always yours. So lift your head. Wipe the last tear of regret from your face. Stop mourning closed doors. Begin preparing for open gates. Because you are not locked out. You are being launched forward. And in this countdown moment, while heaven watches, while angels lean in, while glory thickens, I declare to you, what felt like the end will become the evidence that your entrance was orchestrated, not accidental. I didn't just save the best for last. I saved the best for you. And now, the door that matches your design is opening, not because you forced it, but because you followed me all the way here. And now, child, I give you an invitation to become part of the holy fire I'm spreading. You heard me say I was doing something sacred in the hidden places. Well, here's one of them. Every time you sow into this word, whether through super thanks, membership, or that link I placed in the description, you are fueling the fire that sets other hearts ablaze. This is more than generosity. It's obedience. It's partnership with heaven. I have said in my word, give, and it shall be given unto you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. That wasn't poetry. That was a promise, and it's being fulfilled right now. You are not just giving, you are activating the oil. So respond to me. Don't delay. So where I am speaking, and watch what I release through you. My beloved, if only you knew how precious your tears are to me. Not a single one hath been wasted. Not one drop of sorrow has hit the ground without being caught by my presence. You cried in silence, thinking no one saw. You wept into your pillow, burying your face so the world wouldn't hear. But I heard. I was there when no one else stayed. I was present when even your own strength walked out the door. And I didn't just watch, I waited with you. I held your heart when it cracked under the pressure. I whispered peace when your chest was too tight to breathe. You were never alone in those moments. Every sob was sacred. Every tremble in your voice was a worship song to me. Not because pain is holy, but because you turned it toward me. That's what made it worship. Not the pain itself, but the pouring out. You poured out your anguish, and I received it as incense. You must know this. I never turned away from your anguish. Never. Even when you accused me. Even when you shouted, "Where are you, God?" I didn't flint. I didn't retreat. I didn't withdraw my affection. I drew closer. I let you rage in my arms. I let you pound your fists against my chest because I'd rather you break in my arms than break alone. I don't love the polished version of you more than the raw one. I don't prefer the joyful worshiper over the broken one. I love the real you, the one who sobs at 3 a.m., the one who aches without words, the one who still calls me Father even when everything feels like it's falling apart. I was in the room, child. I sat in the silence with you. And when you couldn't speak, I interpreted every breath, every ache, every sigh. And I spoke back, not in words but in presence. I wrapped you when you didn't feel it. I held you when you thought you were collapsing. I infused your lungs with breath when you had none left to give. And every tear, I bottled it. Not out of pity, but out of promise. Because your tears were not weakness, they were warfare. They were washing away what couldn't follow you into your next season. They were cleansing the remnants of things I never wanted you to carry. And now, I return to you, not with answers to every question, but with healing. Not with explanations, but with evidence. I stayed. Through it all, I didn't let your heart fail. I didn't let your faith flatline. You are here, still breathing, still believing, still listening. And that tells me everything I need to know. You trusted me with your pain. And now, child, because you let me into the darkest places, I am bringing light that doesn't flicker. Not momentary relief, permanent restoration. I will not let your tears go unredeemed. I'm building altars where you once buried your hope. I am raising you from places you thought would be your grave. I stayed with you in sorrow so I could now walk you into sovereignty. There's a turning now. A shift. The very heart I held while it was breaking is the heart I'm lifting as it begins to burn again, with purpose, with promise, with power. So don't hide your scars, child. Let them shine. Because every place you wept has now become a wellspring of wonder. You cried in my presence, and now you rise in my power. You mourned alone in your room, but now heaven is about to announce what was birthed in that morning. I saw it all. I saved it all. And I will now reveal it all. My child, how many times have you stood in front of your own reflection and quietly asked, why me? I've watched the doubts dance in your mind like shadows trying to eclipse the light I placed within you. I've heard the secret whispers of your heart as it wrestled with insecurity. Those private thoughts no one else hears. Maybe God meant to choose someone else. Maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I'm not enough. But today, I silence every voice that has tried to distort your divine identity. I thunder over your hesitation with these words, you are the one I appointed. I did not make a mistake. I do not operate in accident or error. There is no backup plan, no alternate timeline, no substitute for your soul. You are not my plan B. You are my chosen one. You must understand something sacred here, something eternal. When I knit you together in your mother's womb, I wasn't just forming a body, I was authoring a blueprint. I wasn't experimenting, I was executing divine design. You are not some random amalgamation of traits. You are crafted, called, and commissioned. The very angles of your personality, the tone of your voice, the tears you cry, the fire in your belly, all of it was crafted by my hands for such a time as this. I chose you because your wounds would carry wisdom. I chose you because your heart, though bruised, still beats for me. I chose you because even in doubt, you keep showing up. Even in weakness, you keep worshiping. Even in failure, you keep falling forward into my arms. And child, let me tell you, heaven celebrates that kind of resilience. Angels marvel at that kind of courage. I do not regret my choice. I repeat it over and over in glory. You are the one I appointed. And the enemy knows it. That's why he's worked so relentlessly to make you question it. That's why confusion hath been your companion in crucial moments. That's why every time you got close to purpose, something tried to paralyze you with fear or fatigue. Because he knew. He saw it. The mark of divine appointment on your life. And he panicked. He hoped he could talk you out of what I had already written. He hoped if he buried you under enough rejection, you'd forget your reflection. But I'm pulling the veil off now. I'm reminding you, you were chosen in the council chambers of eternity. Before there was sin, before there was shame, before there was struggle, I picked you. I pointed and said, that one will carry my fire. That one will speak and the earth will shift. That one will walk through the storm and not drown. That one will rise. And child, I didn't change my mind when you stumbled. I didn't revoke your calling when you fell. I just kept calling you higher. So shake off the lie that you're unworthy. Strip away the myth that someone else is better suited. Stop rehearsing the reasons why you're not qualified. Because the truth is, I qualified you with my presence. I wrapped you in grace. I covered you in favor. I set angels to war over your destiny. And now, as the countdown narrows, I need you to rise into the identity I've always seen. No more thinking. No more second-guessing. No more self-sabotage. You are the one I appointed. And when heaven speaks your name, it does not whisper with uncertainty. It resounds with reverence. You are not second best. You are divinely selected. There is no plan B. There is only you, and the time for you to walk in it is now. Child, the fire has not been your enemy. It has been your escort. You've looked at the flames around you and wondered if this was the end. You've watched things you thought you needed go up in smoke. Relationships collapse. Dreams crumble. Strength wither. And in the middle of the blaze, you cried out, God, am I being punished? But hear me now. This fire is not for destruction. It's for definition. You're not being burned down. You're being built up. You're not being consumed. You're being completed. I am not watching from a distance while the fire licks at your feet. I walk in it with you. Just like I did with the 3 Hebrew boys. I do not remove the fire. I redefine it. What others call devastation, I call divine refinement. Listen closely. Fire reveals what's real. It exposes what's eternal. It burns away what can't follow you into your next. That's why this season has felt so intense, so raw. Because I've been refining your identity, not just your circumstances. I'm removing the counterfeit, melting off the masks, burning away the dependence on applause, approval, and validation. Not because I want to leave you exposed, but because I want to reveal what's indestructible in you. And child, there is gold in you. Pure, holy, fire-tested gold. And that gold cannot be polished without flame. You thought the fire was hurting you, but it was highlighting you. The weight of glory I'm preparing to rest on your life can only settle on someone who has been through the furnace and found faithful. And beloved, you have been found faithful. You didn't curse me in the heat. You didn't run from the flame. You stayed. You endured. And now, you emerge not as a victim of fire, but as a vessel of fire. Flame forged. Spirit sealed. Heaven marked. You now carry what can't be taught, only tested. That's why this fire was so personal, so tailored, because it was forming something eternal in you. Your anointing now has edge. Your compassion now has weight. Your words now carry wind. Because you've walked through the refining room of my spirit, and you didn't exit empty. You come out empowered. The fire didn't take you. It transformed you. So now, as these final minutes approach, do not step out of the fire bitter. Step out burning. Burning with clarity. Burning with courage. Burning with consecration. The fire didn't disqualify you. It distinguished you. And the proof is not just in your survival. It's in your strength, your peace, your authority, your oil. You're not singed. You're sealed. You're not scarred. You're sculpted. And what you carry now will set other people free, not because you preach from theory, but because you walked through fire and found me in the center of it. So don't hide the heat. Don't downplay the blaze. Let them see the flame in your eyes. Because it was in that fire that you found the forge of your future. And now, child, you are ready. Not despite the fire, but because of it. I know how loud the voices have been. Not just external ones, but the internal ones. The ones that crawl through your mind at midnight, repeating lies with surgical precision. The voices that say, you will never make it. You'll always fall short. Nothing's going to change. They followed you into quiet moments and echoed through your sacred spaces. I've heard them too. I haven't ignored them. I felt your heart race under their weight, watched your joy dim under their cloud, seen your hands tremble as you tried to believe just one more time. But I need you to understand something now. I do not compete with lies. I conquer them. I do not whisper when it's time to war. I come with thunder when truth must reign. And I declare with all the weight of heaven, every voice that has spoken against your worth is about to be silenced by the roar of my love. Let me show you what happens when I speak. When I speak, seas split. When I speak, storms still. When I speak, tombs open and dead things breathe again. And now, I speak over you, not with gentle suggestion, but with sovereign declaration. The enemy has had your ear long enough. Fear has flooded your mind long enough. Anxiety has wrapped itself around your chest like a serpent long enough. But my voice is greater. And when I speak, lies unravel. Chains disintegrate. Inner narratives collapse under the gravity of my glory. I'm not raising my voice to shout at you. I'm raising it to shield you. Because you've believed it too many whispers from the pit, and now I come to remind you what heaven says about you. And child, heaven says you are called. You are clean. You are capable. You are carried. You are not the sum of your fears. You are the sum of my favor. The noise hath been constant, hasn't it? Doubt dressed as reason. Fear disguised as realism. Shame pretending to be self-awareness. But none of those voices have access to my throne. I alone speak from the mercy seat. And I say this to you now, not as encouragement, but as an edict from eternity. Every voice that rises against you shall fall. Every word spoken in darkness will be overturned in light. Every echo of failure will be drowned in the sound of victory. My truth is not a concept. It is a sword, and I wield it now in your defense. Where the enemy tried to bury your confidence under years of false narratives, I now lift your head with truth forged in fire. You are enough because I am enough in you. You are not too late. You are not too broken. You are not too far gone. You are mine. That alone changes everything. So today, let the thunder of my truth shatter every lie you've ever believed. Let it crack the shell of insecurity. Let it split the silence that has settled in your soul. Because I'm not here to debate with darkness, I'm here to dismantle it. And from this moment forward, I want you to speak what I say, not what doubt dictates. Speak what heaven has already stamped on your spirit. I am chosen. I am called. I am covered. I am free. Because my truth doesn't just confront the voices that consumes them. I won't just quiet the noise. I'll replace it with clarity. And when you walk, from this moment on, every step will echo the sound of someone who has heard their Father thunder. You are mine, and you are ready. Yes, my child. Even in your weariness, I've been moved. You've come to me not with polished prayers or lofty language, but with groans too deep for words. You've walked through days where your soul felt thin, where just rising from bed felt like a battle. And you thought, God must be disappointed in me. But child, how could I ever be disappointed in the one who stayed? You didn't run. You didn't hide. You didn't pretend. You brought me your empty hands. You showed up with your exhaustion. And that, yes, even that, was worship. Because I never asked you for perfection. I only asked you to be present. And you were. You came to me tired. You came to me trembling. And that moved me more than any performance ever could. You must understand something foundational, something holy. My strength is not a reward for your perfection. It's a covering for your weariness. I'm not waiting at the end of your rope with judgment. I'm standing with you in the middle of the unraveling, offering restoration. You've been pushing, holding, carrying more than you were ever meant to bear. You've been faithful to others while feeling forgotten yourself. But I saw it all. I've watched how you loved through fatigue. I've seen how you kept believing even when hope flickered like a dying flame. And now, in these last moments of countdown, I don't come to correct. I come to cover. I wrap you now in strength not of this world. Strength that doesn't burn out. Strength that doesn't crack under pressure. Heaven-forward strength. And child, I give it freely. Not because you've earned it, but because you endured. You thought I'm too weary to carry this dream. But I say, you were never meant to carry it alone. I've always been the one lifting with you, walking with you, upholding you with my righteous right hand. Even when you didn't feel me, I was transferring divine energy into your bones. And now, the strength I give you is not adrenaline. It's abiding. It's the kind that steadies trembling knees. The kind that heals you while you move. The kind that fuels miracles, not through your striving, but through your surrender. This strength doesn't ignore your exhaustion. It honors it, because your fatigue came from your faithfulness. And beloved, I always reward what was poured out in secret. So today, let me cover you. Let me speak this over your tired spirit. You're not failing. You're finishing. You're not breaking down. You're breaking through. You're not too weak. You're just finally at the place where my strength can fully take over. So lift your hands, not in performance, but in permission. Give me your weariness, and I will give you my win. This is not about pushing harder. It's about receiving deeper. You stayed, and now I strengthen. Not because you climbed your way to me, but because you collapsed into me. That collapse, it was holy. That surrender, it was sacred. That weariness, it was weighted. And now, with arms full of glory and hands stained with oil, I place on you a strength that the world will not understand, but hell cannot stop. You are covered, child, and you are carried all the way through. My child, stand still and listen with your innermost being, because something unseen is shifting. Entire timelines are rearranging themselves in your favor right now. This is not metaphor. This is not poetic license. This is the voice of heaven at work, realigning kingdoms, rescripting destinies, knitting together pathways you thought were dead ends. While the world sees your wait as lost time, I see it as working time, the kind of time where angels move, where strategies in the spirit are being implemented with surgical precision, where people you haven't met yet who hold keys to your next season are being dispatched even as you breathe. All of it, but all of it, is happening because you stayed. You stayed when you could have fled. You stayed when the ground beneath you shook. You stayed when there was only whispering and no visible path. Now, you are entering the season where favor forms around faithfulness, alignments align, and timelines shift, not by your striving, but by His sovereignty. Think about what that means. There are alignments being established, connections being made in the heavenly realms that will manifest on earth as divine appointments, opportunities, and open doors. Relationships you couldn't force are being formed. Doors you couldn't push open are being unlocked. And futures you couldn't write are already being drafted, destined for your hands. All because you stayed. Heaven recorded your perseverance, cataloged your praise under pressure, bookmarked your surrender. Now the planet is turning under your feet, not because of your performance, but because of your posture. And the shift is so holy that it will seem sudden to the world, but to heaven it has been slow and sacred formation. In those hidden hours, favor was being formed around your obedience. In those whispered prayers you didn't publish, alliances were being forged in the spirit realm. In every moment you stayed, you were building a bridge between your current place of waiting and your coming place of wonder. I want you to feel this deeply. You are no longer waiting for your moment. Your moment hath been waiting for you. Heaven adjusted its calendars to match your faithfulness. The stars shifted their alignments. Royalty and the Spirit gathered in council to release your next steps. The mover of mountains sent angels to carve the road before you, the road you stayed to walk even when it wasn't visible. And now the ground is giving way to glory. Now the heavens are leaning with favor. Now the timeline ripples with promise. You'll look back one day and see nothing was wasted. Every tear-laden prayer, early morning sigh, midnight surrender, all of it was foundation for what is rising. Because you stayed. So stand firm and watch. Expectantly. Believe boldly. Move when I say move. Speak when I say speak. Not in fear, but in faithfulness aligned with favor. You are more than a survivor. You are the signal that heaven's alignment is unstoppable when someone simply stays. Everything is shifting. Everything is forming. Everything is aligning. And now, child, all that grace and glory you've hungered for is rushing toward you, not slowly, but suddenly. Because in the divine symphony, your pause became the prelude to the crescendo. Beloved, hear my voice now echoing through the core of your being. You will not be forgotten. Not in holiness. Not in heaven's heart. Not in the courts of glory. I have engraved your name not on shifting sands, but on the table of testimony. You may feel invisible in the human realm. You may sense neglect from others. But I, God, maker of all, will never bypass you. Your story is not lost in the margins. Your narrative is not an afterthought. I wrote your name with eternal ink, ink that does not fade. And I did not stop there. I didn't just place your name in my sacred book. I have carved destiny around you, destiny that only you can fulfill. I form paths that only your footprints are commissioned to travel. I planted promises that only your voice, your heart, your deliverance can bring to manifestation. Let me remind you of what remains unseen but forever present. On nights when you thought no one remembered, I was lighting torchbearers in the spirit realm, ready to join their feet with yours. When you felt washed up by defeat, I was weaving threads of triumph through your trembling prayer. When you thought the world passed you by, I passed new opportunities by angelic hands directly to you. You will not miss it, because I've marked you. I've bounded your steps with faithfulness. I've aligned the favor you need with the faith you've shown. The fingerprints of heaven are all over your story, on every chapter you've lived, every verse you've written, every line you're still breathing into. You may worry that your breakthrough will feel too late, or too small, or too impossible. But child, no. You will not be forgotten. There is a harvest attached to your story that is personal to your name, tailored to your tears, premium to your pain. The harvest will not bypass you. It will find you. It will meet you in the place your faith rested. It will walk with you in the room where tears turned to tithe trust. And it will unfold in a way only heaven could design. Because your narrative is not incidental. It is instrumental. Every trial baked a breadcrumb. Every delay delivered a detail. Every season carved deeper destiny into your becoming. So step forward with assurance. Not in arrogance, but in identity. Because you know who holds your name. You know who is loyal to what he has chosen. You know who inscribed your story before time. You will not be forgotten. You will not be bypassed. You will not vanish in the shuffle of history. You stand at the intersection of perseverance and promise. The fingerprints of heaven are all over your story, and soon, the whole world will see what he's been crafting in the dark. My child, let's go back to the private places, the hidden corners where no applause reached you, where no encouragement found you, where shame sat heavier than joy and hope whispered faintly behind closed doors. You remember, don't you? The place where your heart broke silently, where disappointment became your unwelcome companion, where humiliation crept in, not because of failure but because of visibility. You felt seen, but not in the way you longed for. You were exposed, not celebrated. And in that moment, you thought, surely this is the breaking that ends me. But I tell you now, with the full force of heaven, it wasn't the end, it was the entrance. I have been preparing a public reversal for the very place that nearly crushed you in private. Not to embarrass you, but to exalt you. Not to shame you again, but to showcase my glory through you. What broke you is about to build you into a tower of testimony. You see, I don't waste pain. I don't overlook suffering. I don't watch silence and forget to speak. I harvest it all. Every humiliation has been logged in my courts. Every time you walked away with your head bowed, I noted it, not as a loss, but as a seed. Every tear you sowed in the ground of betrayal, rejection, confusion, I've been watering it with purpose. And now the season of reversal has arrived. A holy turn. A sacred flip. The very people who whispered against you will now witness through you. Not for revenge. No, I am not petty. I am precise. I don't vindicate with vengeance. I vindicate with visible fruit. I make you fruitful in the field where they once mocked your seed. I cause you to thrive in the very place you were once cast out. That's how I work, turning tombstones into testimonies, ashes into altars, scars into songs. The thing that tried to humiliate you will now highlight you, not with spotlight fame, but with divine favor. And child, the kind of favor, it cannot be fabricated. It cannot be earned. It can only be endured into. And now that you have endured, the shift is here. Public reversal doesn't mean everyone claps. It means no one can deny what I've done in you. The ones who saw you broken will now see you burning with my glory. The ones who dismissed you will have to reconsider their definitions. Not because of your strength, but because of my unmistakable signature on your survival. You didn't just make it through, you were remade in the midst of what tried to bury you. Now, your presence itself will prophesy. Your very existence in the room will carry weight. Because you've lived through what many don't talk about, and now I place a mantle on you that shines with endurance, with purity, with holy power that flows not from performance, but from pain that was purified. Yes, child, what broke you will now build you, brick by brick of grace. So don't be afraid when I start calling your name in public spaces. Don't shrink back when people suddenly turn and say, "Isn't that the one who?" Yes, you are. You are the one who was misunderstood, mishandled, mislabeled, and still rose anyway. And now, your reversal won't just be seen. It will be felt. Like wind hitting dry land. Like oil dripping from scarred skin. The power I am pouring into you was not born in a classroom. It was forged in the fire of rejection. And because you didn't curse me in the pain, I now clothe you in the power. Prepare your heart. The public reversal is not just a restoration. It's a revelation. A revealing of everything I formed in silence that is now ready to be seen in full strength. You will not return to that pain. You will rise from it, and you'll carry many with you. My beloved, you have lived through the days of scraping by, emotionally, spiritually, financially. You've mastered the art of making do, of pressing forward with little, of trusting when the supply ran dry. You've learned to stretch peace over panic, to stretch joy over just getting by. And I honored every moment of your trust in the middle of lack. I saw how you tithed when it hurt. I saw how you gave encouragement when you were the one needing it most. I saw how you still served, still praised, still believed. But now, I come to announce a holy shift. This is not the season of barely enough anymore. This is the hour of overflow. Not just a little more. Not just enough to survive. But more than you asked. More than you dreamed. More than you planned for. I'm not just meeting the need. I'm exceeding it as a revelation of who I am. I'm the God of pressed down, shaken together, and running over. I'm the God who doesn't just fill jars. I turns water into wine to the brim. I'm the God who tells you to cast your net on the other side, and suddenly the catch breaks the boat. I'm the one who multiplies loaves and fish and leaves baskets left over. This is who I've always been, but now, you're stepping into the experience of the truth. The overflow is not a bonus. It's a benchmark of my nature. I overflow because I am abundance. I overflow because you didn't settle for crumbs. You trusted me when it looked ridiculous. And now I honor that trust with a downpour so personal it will wreck your expectations. You will stand in rooms you didn't qualify for. You will hold provision that didn't come from your labor. You will receive peace that makes no earthly sense. Because when I overflow, it undoes logic and releases wonder. But I need you to hear this. This overflow is not for display. It is for deployment. I'm not blessing you for spectacle. I'm blessing you because what's about to flow through you will heal others, feed others, clothe others, lift others. You've been asking me to use you. But now I don't just use you. I fill you until you spill into others. Your cup is not just full. It is tipping, spilling, overflowing. And the overflow will reach rooms your hands can't, hearts your voice never knew, generations that don't even know your name yet. You will overflow into atmospheres. Your prayers will overflow into homes. Your faith will overflow into families. Because you were faithful in the famine, I now release you into abundance with assignment. You will walk in overflow and still stay grounded in purpose, because I can trust you not to waste it. And yes, I know the lie has haunted you. What if it dries up? But hear me now. This overflow is sustained by me, not by your effort. This isn't a seasonal bonus. It's a system of supply tied directly to my covenant with you. You're stepping into more than you've asked, not as a reward for your works, but as a revelation of who I am. I am Jehovah Jireh, not just the provider, but the revealer. And in this overflow, I reveal to you not just my hand, but my heart. The heart that pours and keeps pouring. A heart that delights in lavishing love, grace, peace, wisdom, joy, and yes, even provision, on the one who stayed faithful. So hold your cup up, child. and watch what happens when heaven decides to tip into your life. Not a trickle, not a drib, overflow. Let me take you back, child, to the hours that almost broke you, the ones where your heart collapsed under the weight of delay. You begged you, why not now, God? Why not already? You measured time by your waiting, and it felt like punishment, like silence from heaven, like rejection in slow motion. But hear me now, and hear me with clarity deeper than emotion. The delay was never a denial. It was me, guarding the timing like a lion guards its cub. I was standing at the gate of your destiny with flaming swords in my hands, refusing to let anything enter before it was mature enough to bless you and not break you. I did not withhold to torment you. I withheld to protect you. And yes, I let you feel the ache of it. I let you walk through the tension, because I knew one day you would stand at the edge of fulfillment and finally understand why I waited. You were not ready then, not because of fault, but because of formation. The promise I made required a version of you that was still in process. I needed to forge strength in your spirit, depth in your discernment, resilience in your obedience. The things I'm about to release would have overwhelmed the old version of you. But now, your spirit can carry the weight. Now your character can carry the crown. Now, the timing is right, not just in the physical, but in the eternal. You are no longer aligned just with the clock, but with Kairos, divine time, appointed moment, the kind of alignment that can't be faked or forced. That's why the waiting was so painful, because it was sacred. That's why every no stung so deeply, because it wasn't final. It was protective. And now that the preparation is complete, I release the decree. It's time. Time for doors to open. Time for dreams to manifest. Time for divine connections to come forward. But more than all of that, it's time for you to walk in the clarity of what I was doing all along. I wasn't delaying to make you small. I was positioning you to be strategic. I was laying bricks you couldn't see, foundations you didn't know were forming. And now, as the fog clears, you'll realize every moment was necessary. The friends who left, the plans that fell apart, the days where nothing moved. All of it was preparing your soul to live synchronized with my spirit. You're not behind. You're right on time. And I, the keeper of time, now blow a holy wind behind your steps. You won't have to knock the same way. Things will now respond because you're not stepping out in desperation. You're stepping out in divine timing. So rise, child. Dust off the disappointment. Wipe the delay from your vision. Don't rehearse what didn't happen. Rejoice over what's about to. The waiting wasn't wasted. The delay wasn't denial. It was heaven holding the curtain closed until your heart was strong enough to handle the weight of the scene about to unfold. And now, the stage is set. The trumpet is sounding. The timing is holy. And the only thing I require from you is this: move when I move. Speak when I speak. Obey when I whisper. Because you've waited long enough, and now, the heavens say in unison, it's time. If you felt my voice today, if this word awakens something that's been buried under silence and time, then now is your moment to respond. You're not just a listener. You're a vessel. And when you give, through super thanks, membership, or that link in the description, you are multiplying the sound of heaven. Every seed becomes a spark. Every act of support becomes light for another soul who thinks they're alone. I said in my word, those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed, Proverbs 11:25. And I say it again now, I will not let your giving go unnoticed. I will bless it. I will multiply it. I will breathe on it with favor and divine return. So release what I put in your hand. Respond, and let your faith move from amen to action. My precious one, I know you've been feeling it, the tightening, the tension, the unease, like your life has become a room too small for your soul. The things that once fit now feel foreign. The conversations you used to enjoy feel shallow. The environments that used to comfort now feel confining. You've tried to explain it, even to yourself, but there are no words, just a growing pressure inside you, like your spirit is pressing against the walls of your current season. And here's the truth. It is. You are not malfunctioning. You are maturing. You are not breaking down. You are breaking out. The tightness you feel is not punishment, it is prophecy. It is the sound of your spirit expanding beyond the survival shell it once needed. You've outgrown the space that once kept you safe because now, I'm stretching you for what's next. You see, there are seasons where confinement preserves, where small space is protected. But preservation is not your permanent assignment. You were never meant to stay hidden. You were meant to be honed in secret, then unleashed in power. And now, the walls that once comforted are starting to constrict. Not because they turned against you, but because I'm calling you beyond them. This is the holy discomfort of divine expansion. And yes, it feels awkward, unfamiliar, even painful. But you must trust me here. I am not stretching you to snap you, I am stretching you to shape you. I am enlarging your capacity, enlarging your vision, enlarging your boldness. Because the assignment I'm releasing in the coming days requires more room, not more striving, more space. Space in your soul, space in your schedule, space in your spirit. And child, I need you to stop interpreting the stretching as failure. It's not that you did something wrong. It's that you did something right. You stayed long enough in the place of survival that now your soul is ready to live, to lead, to launch. But new wine can't be poured into old wineskins. New power can't function inside old paradigms. That's why the things around you feel like they're shifting out of alignment. Because they are. Because I'm recalibrating everything to make room for what I'm about to place in your hands. You've been asking me for more impact, more clarity, more breakthrough. But more cannot land in a life that has no margin. So I stretch, I pull, I reframe. Not to punish, but to prepare. You are not crumbling. You are carving out capacity for the next glory that's coming. So don't run from the stretch. Lean into it. Don't pray it away. Praise through it. Because the pain of stretching today is the proof of promised territory tomorrow. You are moving from cramped to called, from confined to commissioned, from surviving to expanding. You've outgrown where you were, and that is nothing to grieve. That is everything to celebrate. So let the tension remind you, you're on the edge of something vast. I'm enlarging you, not to impress others, but to express me through you. And this next space, you won't just fit, you'll flurry. I know that place, the one you barely talk about, that specific memory that still pulses beneath your smile. That moment that felt like abandonment, when everything familiar walked away, when the support system cracked, when silence answered your desperate prayers. You called it rejection. You labeled it a wound. But I have always called it a future altar. You see, while you cried over the collapse, I was already drawing blueprints over the ruins. While you grieved what left, I was pouring oil over what was still yours. I know it hurt. I know it made you question everything, especially me. and yet you stayed. And now I speak this over that sacred space. This will not end in pain. This will be remembered for permanence. I am not revisiting your pain just to bring it up. I am reclaiming it to build something unshakable from it. You thought that place would always haunt you, but I say it will heal others. What was once marked by grief will be renamed with glory. What once held echoes of abandonment will resound with evidence of my nearness. Child, don't you see? I never walked away. I was there when they walked out. I stood beside you when the phone never rang. I caught every tear, not in a jar of pity, but in a reservoir of redemption. And now, I return, not to relive the pain, but to redeem the place. I am building permanence where instability once ruled. I am planting peace where confusion once grew wild. The soil of that broken place is fertile now, because it's soaked with your tears, and heaven honors what you watered in the dark. And here's the beauty. I won't build on top of the wreckage. I will build from it. You won't have to erase the memory, you'll reframe it. You'll look back not with shame, but with sacred awe. Because the same place that threatened to undo you will now become the platform where I launch the next version of you. You will be holy ground, not because it was painless, but because I walked with you through the pain and brought you out with power. This is not decoration. This is divine construction. What I'm establishing in you now carries eternal weight. The faith you forged in abandonment will now birth authority. And the glory I place on you will not be fleeting. It will rest on you because it was built from real cost. So don't avoid that place anymore. Don't tuck it away and pretend it doesn't exist. Come back with me, not to mourn, but to mark it as holy. We will revisit it together, and we will rewrite its meaning. Because I do not just rewrite futures, I reclaim pasts. And child, what I'm building now will not be temporary. It will not be seasonal. It will not vanish when the crowd quiets. It will be permanent, unshakable, and laced with my fingerprint. This is what I do. I take the abandoned place and establish it as a cornerstone. And when I finish, everyone who once doubted you will see, not your vindication, but my visitation. Because I don't just restore places, I reign in them. My child, let's talk about your faith. The kind that people didn't clap for. The kind that didn't trend, didn't gain you followers, didn't come with fireworks, but endured anyway. The kind of faith that whispered God is still good through clenched teeth. The kind of belief that dug trenches of trust while the ground shook beneath you. You've carried it quietly. You've nursed it like a flickering flame. You've watched others get their breakthroughs while you got more waiting. And somewhere along the way, you began to ask, am I crazy for still believing this? But hear me now. I answer your question with holy thunder. No, you are not crazy. You are courageous. You are not naive. You are anointed. Your faith is not delusion. It's a declaration. And I have seen every silent surrender that you thought no one noticed. Now, I am about to make your quiet trust loud. Yes, I'm about to raise the volume on your testimony. Not with noise, but with notice. You won't have to shout your faith from the rooftops. I will make it visible through miracles. The kind you didn't plan for. The kind that defy explanation. The kind that interrupt the storylines others wrote about you. Because this next move of my spirit in your life isn't for spectacle, it's for seal. I'm putting my seal of heaven on your history of trust. I'm marking you with the kind of breakthrough that only faith can carry. Child, your belief has matured into fire. It's not just hope anymore, it's heat. And fire draws attention. Fire makes room. Fire confirms that what was hidden is now holy. And this fire, It's not wild, it's wise. It's not reckless, it's refined. And now it's time to release it. I know you've had to endure ridicule. People questioned your dreams. Friends walked away when you refused to give up on what I promised. Even your own thoughts betrayed you at times, trying to pull you into the numbness of realism. But realism doesn't birth resurrection. Faith does. And your faith has qualified you for resurrection-level miracles. I don't mean small answers to prayer. I mean dead things coming back to life. I mean doors flying open with no human fingerprints. I mean divine setups that rearrange the course of years with one act of obedience. I'm not just giving you evidence, I'm giving you encounters. And they're coming fast. Heaven is answering loudly because you believed quietly. So now let your heart open wide. Let the years of faithful waiting become the soil for surprising glory. The harvest is not delayed. It's ready. And child, it's not coming just because you asked for it. It's coming because you believed long after others stopped asking. That's the kind of faith I celebrate. That's the kind of faith I multiply. And now, your quiet trust will become a sound others can't ignore. Not because you boast, but because your life will start radiating the evidence of a God who honors endurance. So no, you're not crazy. You're called. You're not foolish. You're favored. You didn't imagine the promise. You inherited it. And now, the miracle is on its way, not just to bless you, but to broadcast the beauty of a soul who still believes it. Beloved, I see you. I see the days when the weight feels unbearable. The kind of weight that doesn't come from chaos but from calling. The tension you feel isn't from failure. It's from carrying something that heaven itself has authored. And though your shoulders tremble, and your thoughts sometimes unravel, I tell you this now with holy certainty. What you're carrying is not too heavy. It's holy. I've placed something in your spirit that has eternal weight, and that's why it feels heavier than what others bear. You're not being punished. You're being prepared. You've asked me to trust you with greatness, with breakthrough, with impact, and I answered with a mantle. That mantle is sacred. That burden is not a curse. It is my glory in seed form. You are not carrying just responsibility. You're carrying revelation, and it always comes with weight. Do you know what I feel when I look at you? Pride. Holy pride. Because I see how you keep showing up with trembling hands, how you keep worshiping even when the oil is running low, how you keep saying yes when your mind screams no. That's not weakness, that's worship. The enemy has tried to convince you that you're buckling under pressure. But I tell you this with heaven's authority. You are being consecrated. The pressure you feel is the reshaping of your spirit, the transformation of your capacity, the expanding of your character to carry more than influence. You are being readied to carry glory. And glory is not light. It's weighty. It has substance. It shifts atmospheres. And that's why this season feels unlike anything you've endured before. Because you're not being crushed. You're being crowned in secret. Let me give you perspective from eternity's seat. No one who ever carried my glory did so lightly. David wept in caves before he wore the crown. Esther fasted in fear before she changed the decree. Paul bled in prison before he shaped churches. And you are walking the same path, not to earn glory, but to become worthy of its weight. And child, I chose you. I didn't assign this to the strongest. I assigned this to the one I knew would stay faithful. Because the ones I trust with glory are not the loudest. They're the ones who still choose me in the silence. And you've done that. Time and time again. So now, I consecrate you, not to impress the world, but to shift it. I release fresh strength into your bones, not adrenaline, but anointing. You don't need to try harder. You need only to carry with honor what I placed on you with precision. Stop calling this too much. Stop labeling yourself overwhelmed. Instead, declare what heaven declares. I am trusted with holy weight. And that trust is not based on perfection. It's based on presence. You showed up. You surrendered. And I, your God, am now increasing the grace to match the glory. You will not collapse. You will not be overtaken. You will rise under the weight. You will move under the mantle. You will see that what you carried didn't break you, it built you. Because when I place glory on a life, I place strength beneath it. And now, the heaviness you felt will soon turn into the heaviness of my hand upon you, guiding, empowering, sustaining. You are not too weak. You are too trusted. And the world is about to see what happens when someone carries weight with worship. Come close, child, because I need you to see the storm differently. The one that came out of nowhere. The one that nearly knocked the breath from your lungs. The one that made you question everything you thought was stable. You called it attack. You assumed it was a punishment. But now I unveil the truth. That storm wasn't meant to stop you. It was sent to reveal you. You see, storms never come for no reason. In my kingdom, even the wind obeys purpose. Even the waves are on assignment. The shaking you endured wasn't random. It was refining. It was stripping away what couldn't stay, revealing what could never be stolen. And child, what I see in you now is something I couldn't have revealed any other way. You didn't just make it through. You were strengthened by the very force that tried to take you out. Look again, beloved. You are not standing in ruins. You are standing in revelation. You now know what peace really means, not as a theory, but as a force. You now understand what it means to trust me when visibility is gone and the map is torn. That's not trauma. That's triumph. You have weathered what was meant to weather you. You have anchored deeper because the winds howled louder. And now, there's a resilience in your spirit that is unshakable, not because the storm stopped, but because you stayed standing in it. Don't minimize that. Don't rush past that. The old version of you would have collapsed. The former version would have retreated. But this version, this one is anointed by fire and confirmed by storm. You're not just stable, you're established. And here's what's coming next. The storm's echo is about to turn into your platform. The same space where you fought to breathe will become the stage where you breathe life into others. Because your survival wasn't for survival's sake. It was strategic. I am now giving you authority in the very area you once felt weakest. Where you were overwhelmed, you'll now carry wisdom. Where you were attacked, you will now carry answers. You are moving from wounded to weaponized. From broken to burning with holy fire. You don't need to hide the shaking. You need to harness it. Because storms leave behind evidence. And the evidence on you now is power. Real power, not manufactured by hype, but molded by hardship. So, lift your head, not just in relief, but in reverence. The storm didn't win. You did. Because I was in the boat with you the entire time. Silent at first, but never absent. Observing, then empowering. And now, I rise within you with a voice that speaks to new storms on behalf of others. Because those who survive storms speak differently. And you, child, are no longer just a storm survivor. You are a storm speaker. Avori has risen from the ashes of adversity. And I declare this over you now. You will not fear the next storm. You will lead through it. Because once a storm reveals you, it can no longer control you. You are no longer hidden. You are no longer shaken. You are revealed. You've carried a weight I never asked you to bear. You've been measuring your readiness by your ability to impress me, as if I came for your perfection instead of your presence. You've been looking at your flaws like disqualifications, your inconsistencies, your fears, your mistakes, and wondering if I'm tired of waiting on you. But I need you to hear me right now, without filters, without fear. I'm not waiting for you to be perfect. I'm waiting for you to be present. I'm not standing at the door with a clipboard. I'm kneeling in front of you with open arms, whispering, just come. Not when you fixed yourself. Not when you found the right words. Now, as you are, the version of you with the trembling hands and the tired soul is still the one I choose. And I choose you not because you shine, but because you're mine. I bless honesty, not performance. I don't need your script. I want your surrender. I want the unedited version of your thoughts. The ones you hide from others, even from yourself. I want the version of you that cries in secret but still believes I'm good. The one who doesn't feel holy but still hopes for heaven. That's the altar I build from. The heart that doesn't know how to impress me, but still dares to approach me. You don't have to choreograph your approach. You don't have to clean up your emotions before you open your mouth. Yes, come. You are not too much for me. You are not too messy. You are not a disappointment. Your humanity isn't a threat to my holiness. It's the very reason I sent grace running after you. And grace, child, doesn't wait for your perfection. It moves through your presence. Don't you see? Every time you show up raw, broken, exhausted, that's when I draw closest. Not because I pity you, but because I prize you. Your honesty is holy ground. You've tried for too long to get it together before praying, before worshiping, before stepping out. But now I tell you, stop preparing to be worthy. You already are, because I said so. Worthiness isn't earned through consistency, it's received through relationship. And you, my child, are in relationship with me. That's why you still feel the pull when everything around you tells you to run. That's why you still sense me when you can't articulate what you need. Because I'm not checking your credentials. I'm checking your availability. I'll meet you in the chaos. I'll hold you in the contradiction. I'll move in your mess if you will just make space for me. So come. Come now. Not once you've figured it all out. Come with the questions. Come with the emotions. Come with the doubt wrapped in reverence. I don't reject what's real. I rebuild it. I restore it. I resurrect it. And I bless it. Not because it's polished, but because it's present. I long for your company more than your correctness. I long for your proximity more than your perfection. And if all you have is 5 loaves of fatigue and 2 fish of faith, I'll multiply that into miracle after miracle. Because I'm not afraid of your broken. I'm in love with your becoming. So come, child. Not when you've arrived. Now, while you're still on the way. Because your presence is the only thing I've ever been waiting for. Let me lift the weight of misunderstanding from your heart, beloved. That curve in the road. That unexpected delay. That closed door that made you question if you heard me at all. It wasn't a failure. It wasn't a misstep. It wasn't punishment. It was a divine reroute. You didn't miss your moment. You didn't lose your purpose. You didn't sabotage your future. You are exactly where I've led you, even when it doesn't look like the map you imagined. I need you to hear me clearly now. This path you're on may feel unfamiliar, but it is unfolding with intention. It's not a detour. It's a doorway disguised as disappointment. You thought you were supposed to go left. But I, in my sovereignty, allowed a redirection, not because the destination changed it, but because I knew what was on the other road. I saw the hidden traps, the unseen timing, the weight that wasn't yet ready to be carried. So I didn't cancel the journey, I customized it. And I know it's hard. I know it doesn't make sense right now. But trust me with this, you will thank me later. You will look back and see the hand of God where you once only saw a hand closing doors. You'll see my fingerprints in the rejections, my presence in the pivots, my power in the pauses. Because I never left you. I led you. Even through the unfamiliar terrain. Even through the unanswered questions. Even when you whispered, "This can't be the way." It was. Don't let frustration lie to you. Don't let delay define you. Don't let comparison convince you that you've fallen behind. I measure time differently. I measure success differently. You are not late. You are being led by light. And this light doesn't just shine forward. It illuminates your now. I'm walking with you through every unknown corner. I'm setting things up ahead that you can't yet see. Relationships, resources, revelations. They are being stationed not on the route you planned, but on the one I've anointed. This route is not lesser. It's higher. It's not second best. It's secretly blessed. Because this path will birth things in you that the faster path never could. It's teaching you trust. It's grounding your identity. It's refining your discernment. And child, those are not delays. They are deposits. So don't despise this season. Don't rush to escape it. Embrace it like holy terrain because that's what it is. You are walking a divine route, one that will open up into vistas you couldn't even pray for. One that will make sense after the stretch. One that will become the very testimony that unlocks doors for others. And when that day comes, when the glory shows up in the middle of what once looked like a mistake, you will fall to your knees not in regret, but in reverent awe. Because I didn't just lead you away from something. I led you into something greater. And every twist and turn was heaven's design. So lift your head, trust the guide, and keep moving. Because what looks like a detour is actually your destiny, delivered differently. Let me whisper into the ache you've buried for too long, the ache of unfulfilled promises. You thought I had forgotten. You wondered if I moved on. You questioned whether that word, that dream, the glimpse of what could be was just a flicker of emotion. But I tell you, now, with all the love in my voice and fire in my presence, I have not forgotten. Not a single word I spoke over you has faded. Not a single promise has slipped through the cracks of eternity. I hold my word closer than you hold your breath. I am not a man that I should lie, nor a voice that stutters. And when I spoke that promise into your spirit, I attached heaven's timeline to it. The delay you've called silence was never distance. It was sacred timing in motion. You weren't being ignored. You were being grown into readiness. Child, hear me. When I delay, it's never disinterest. It's always design. I design things in dimensions you can't yet perceive. I see the alignment of people, places, and timing across generations. I see the battles forming ahead, the breakthroughs about to converge, the hearts you haven't even met yet that will one day need what you're carrying. And because I honor you, I refuse to release a premature promise that can collapse under pressure. Till I mature it, I deepen the roots. I stretch the soil of your soul until the promise won't just land. It will live. I've been working while you were weeping. I've been aligning while you were aching. And now, the stirring you feel inside, that holy anticipation that won't go away, is my way of letting you know it's almost time. And I know how long you've held it. The promise has outlasted friendships. It has survived disappointment. It has been carried through deserts where no one affirmed it but me. And yet, here you are, still believing, still waiting, still guarding it from doubt like a fragile ember. And because of that, I am now turning the page. The season is shifting, not suddenly, but sovereignly. What was hidden is now rising. What was marinating in the deep is now coming to the surface. Not as hype, but as harvest. Because I don't waste a word. I don't forget a seed. I don't delay without divine precision. And child, the day is coming. Soon, when you'll wake up and realize the silence was never rejection. It was reverence. Heaven was holding its breath over what I was preparing in you. So rest your heart, release the fear, and return to faith, not frantic faith, but rooted faith. I haven't forgotten the promise. I've been faithful to it even when you weren't sure how to be. And now, I will show myself faithful again. Not because you performed, but because you persevered. Not because you were perfect, but because you stayed present. I honor that. I reward that. And now, I fulfill what only I could. So get ready. The delay is lifting. The winds are shifting. And the very thing you thought had passed you by is about to pass through you. Because I never forgot. I was just getting it ready to last. Come, child. Sit with me in the mystery of time, and let me untangle the lie that's tried to wrap itself around your soul. The lie that you are behind. That too much time has passed. That too many years have been wasted. That if you had only done this or hadn't done that, you would be further along. But I, the one who holds eternity in my hands, declare this truth over you now. You did not lose time. You gained testimony. What others call delay, I call divine data collection. What you call wasted years, I call wells of wisdom. Because every step you took, even the detours, the stumbles, the long pauses, were caught in my net and repurposed for glory. You've mourned years. You've replayed memories like scenes you wish you could edit. But child, I do not require a perfect timeline to fulfill a perfect plan. I am not just a God of restoration. I am the God of redemption. That means I don't just give you back what you lost. I give you something greater, laced with the weight of your survival. I take what was thrown away, what was overlooked, what was abandoned, and I weave it into legacy. So don't look at your past and see only pain. Look again. Underneath, the tears are tools. Beneath the regret are revelations. You didn't just live through loss. You learned the language of resurrection. And that makes you dangerous to darkness. Because what you thought disqualified you is now what will deliver others. And now, I turn the page on the calendar of your soul. I redeem even the years. Yes, the years. Not just the days. Not just the moments. But the whole chapters of your life you thought were gone. I'm breathing on them again. I'm raising dry bones from the timeline you buried. I'm accelerating what once seemed forgotten. Because you didn't waste time, you invested in endurance. You cultivated compassion. You poured faith in the fire of confusion. And now, I bring it all together, not in a slow trickle, but in a divine collision. What once was scattered will now merge. What was lost will be leveraged. I waste nothing, not even time, especially not time. So lift your eyes, not to the clock, but to me. I'm not in a rush, but I am in motion. I'm doing a quick work with a deep impact. You'll feel years collapsing into days. You'll watch delay turn into deployment. The things you thought would take forever will come together in moments, because you finally stopped mourning the years and started yielding the days. And I tell you now with certainty, your testimony is more powerful than your timeline. It's not too late. You're not behind. You are right on prophetic schedule. And everything you thought was wasted, it's about to speak. And what it says will shake the earth. My beloved, embrace your heart. Because what's coming next isn't simply an answer to prayer. It's a divine contradiction to every label your past tried to stick to your soul. You've been walking through years that looked more like endurance than reward. Seasons where the harvest was hidden, and you wondered if faithfulness still mattered. But I've watched. I've measured your steps in mercy. And now I make this announcement with heaven's full authority. You're about to step into something that doesn't match your past. It exceeds it. This next chapter will not be payback. It will be proof. Proof that I bless not by merit but by identity. You are not just being rewarded for what you did. You are being recognized for who you became in the fire, in the wilderness, in the waiting. And that recognition comes from me. You've wondered how I could bless someone so bruised. How I could still call you chosen when you've battled shame, insecurity, regret. But child, I never called you by your condition. I've only ever called you by your design. And that design was forged in fire, refined through contradiction, sealed by surrender. I watched you forgive what you didn't understand. I saw you love while carrying loss. I held every whisper of hope you released into barren places. And now, I break open the vault of heaven not because you earned it, but because you've become the kind of vessel that won't let the blessing poison your posture. What I'm releasing next isn't a small answer. It's an earth-shaking redemption. It will confuse those who judged you by what they knew of your past. But I don't move based on past records. I move based on present readiness. You don't have to explain the blessing when it comes. Let me handle the commentary. You just walk in it. Because this next level isn't about performance, it's about positioning. I'm placing you in rooms that your past disqualified you from, but your becoming has made you ready for. Your name is about to be spoken in places your feet haven't touched. Your obedience has opened doors that hustle never could. And I tell you this now so that when it happens, when favor finds you, when acceleration hits, when joy returns in floods, you'll remember, this isn't random. This is recognition. This is heaven's response to the version of you who wouldn't quit when it would have been easier to walk away. This is the fruit of a faith that refused to die. So prepared not for payback but for placement. You are being placed in alignment with what I wrote about you before you breathed your first breath. The reward is not the end. It's the beginning. The blessing is not the conclusion. It's the commissioning. This is the moment where your history gets eclipsed by your destiny. And every limitation you once believed is about to bow to the favor I'm releasing. Because I bless not just what you've done. I bless what you're becoming. And who you're becoming looks a whole lot like me. And now, pause. Breathe. Because what I said to you at the beginning wasn't to create panic. It was to spark presence. 8 minutes left. Those words weren't a sentence. They were a summons. A wake-up call for your soul. Not to scare you into striving, but to remind you how close I really am. Every second of your story has been watched, not passively but passionately. I haven't looked away once. Not when you fell. Not when you doubted. Not when you screamed into pillows or stared at ceilings wondering if I was still near. I was closer than the breath in your lungs. Heaven has been watching. Not with judgment, but with jealous love. Waiting. Warring. Weeping with you. And now cheering. Because, child, you didn't just survive, you've arrived at the edge of something sacred, the threshold of becoming. And that clock you felt ticking wasn't counting down your demise. It was counting down to your divine emergence. This is your moment, the one I dreamed over before time began, the one all of heaven had been anticipating. Every angel has been standing at attention, every cloud of witnesses leaning in, not to observe a performance, but to witness the revealing of one who refused to bow to fear. This is what all the pressure was for. This is what the silence was preparing. And now it begins. You are not who you were at minute one. You are not the same soul who doubted, feared, questioned. Because in the course of these words, something shifted. Not just in your circumstances, but in your identity. You've remembered who you are, and more importantly, whose you are. You've heard the whisper of the Father and realized, this life is not random. This pain is not meaningless. This calling is not optional. You are chosen. You are anointed. You are watched over by the very eyes that never blink, never sleep, never waver. And now, you move not as someone barely holding on, but as someone being held from above. So rise. Walk forward, not with fear, but with fire. The countdown was just the beginning. And you're not running out of time. You're stepping into Kairos time, where heaven aligns with earth and the impossible bows to obedience. This is your moment. And all of heaven, yes, all of heaven, is still watching. And I, your God, am still speaking. This was not just a message, it was a moment of divine alignment. I didn't call you to the end of this word by accident. I called you because you're part of the mission now. When you give, through super thanks, membership, or the link in the description, you are sowing into supernatural momentum. You are becoming a carrier of this fire, a deliverer of manna to souls still in the wilderness. I said in my word, I will open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing you cannot contain, Malachi 3:10, and I meant it. This is not charity. It's covenant. I will take your offering, bless it, multiply it, and use it to release breakthrough into places you'll never physically go, but your seed will. So don't hesitate. Sow now, and watch the river of overflow rise. Before you scroll away, I want you to mark this moment. This is more than a message. It's a heavenly activation, and your response is the spark that seals it. If you know this was for you, if your spirit stirred, if your tears flowed, if your heart awakened, I want you to comment boldly, heaven is watching, and I'm stepping in. Don't whisper it. Don't overthink it. Declare it. Because when you type it, you tether yourself to the timing of what I just released. Heaven is watching, and so is your future. And as you declare it, hush with me. My child, stop. For just this moment, let everything cease. Silence the clamor. I know the noise that surrounds you, the endless shouting of a world that never sleeps. I hear the deadlines buzzing in your mind, the pressure from your job that tightens your chest, and the unspoken tensions that fill the rooms of your own home. That constant hum of anxiety about the future, the endless scroll on your screen that promises connection but leaves you feeling empty. I see it all. I feel it all with you. But now, I command that noise to fade. Let it become a distant echo, a sound that no longer has power over you. Breathe. And in the sudden quiet, listen. Do you hear this? His voice is not like the others. It is not another demand, another criticism, another piece of bad news. Recognize this voice, my beloved. It is the one that knew you before a single cell of your body was formed. the one that whispered your name in the foundations of time. It is the voice that hath been with you in your deepest loneliness and your most hidden triumphs. I am not speaking to your ears, which have grown so weary from the world's noise. No, I speak directly to the spirit I breathed into you, that eternal part of you that recognizes its source. Feel these words resonating deep within you, in that place no worldly worry can touch. This is a homecoming for your soul. I need you to understand this, to let it sink deeper than any fear. This is not a summons of condemnation. Let go of that immediate clenching in your gut, that old fear that you are in trouble. I have not called you here to recount your failures or to weigh your regrets. I see your heart, and I know your journey. This is simply a call to come home. Imagine a traveler, weary from a long and difficult road, who finally sees the lights of home in the distance. That is what this moment is. It is the warmth of the front door opening. It is the end of the struggle and the beginning of rest. So, let go of the fading distractions. That argument you replayed in your mind all day. Release it. That list of things you feel you failed to do. It holds no weight in eternity. These things that seem so massive, so all-consuming in your daily life, are now revealed for what they are: fleeting shadows. They are insignificant compared to the substance of my love. Listen to me now with the heart of a child. Remember when you were small, and the only thing that could calm your fears was the sound of your father's voice. Listen to me like that, without walls, without defenses. Just listen. It is your father calling. I see your heart quickens at the mention of 8 minutes. I feel that jolt of human panic, the sudden, frantic accounting that begins in your mind. You think of all you left undone, the words you never said, the apologies you never made, the dreams you never pursued. Your mind races, trying to grasp a lifetime in a handful of moments, and fear tells you, there is not enough time. My child, breathe. I need you to understand. These are not 8 minutes as you measure them on a ticking clock. This is not a race against a deadline. Think of it this way: a single moment of true, heartfelt connection with someone you love can feel more real and lasting than a whole year of distracted living. This time I have given you now is like that. Each moment is not a grain of sand slipping through your fingers. It is a lifetime of opportunity for grace. It is a divine interval, set apart and holy, where the normal rules of time bend to the reality of eternity. I am not rushing you. I'm focusing you. This urgency you feel is a gift from me, a profound act of mercy. All your life, you have been pulled in 1,000 directions. The world demanded your attention, your energy, your worry. It was a constant storm of noise that kept you from seeing what was truly important. This urgency is my love, cutting through that storm. It is a divine lens that brings what truly matters into perfect, sharp relief, burning away everything else. It is my hand gently turning your face away from the shadows and toward the light. Therefore, do not waste this precious, sacred interval on fear or regret. Your regrets are a heavy coat that you can no longer wear. It will only weigh you down and keep you from me. The past is a country to which you cannot return, a land I have already washed with the blood of my son. Looking backward now will only make you stumble at the very threshold of home. You have spent enough of your life chained to yesterday. In these final moments, you are called to be fully present, fully aware, fully open to my presence. Embrace the finality, my beloved, for in it lies the true beginning. You see this as a closing door, the end of a book. But I am the author of life, and I tell you, this is not the end of your story. It is merely the end of the first chapter. You are not ceasing to be. You are about to begin to truly live, unburdened, unchained, and unendingly love. Now, in this quiet space I have made for you, lift your spiritual eyes. I know the feeling that comes with an ending, a sense of isolation, a belief that you must face this final passage alone. But that is an earthly illusion. You think you are alone in this sacred room, but you have never been more surrounded. The veil between your world and mine is thinner than a breath now, and the reality of your true family is pressing in all around you. Look, the great cloud of witnesses is here. These are the saints of ages past, the ones who ran their race and kept the faith. Those you loved who left this world in my arms. Your mother, your father, your friend who you have missed so dearly. They are not distant memories. They are here, part of a vibrant, living assembly, their faces shining with love. They are not here to judge you. I know you fear that. You imagine harsh eyes reviewing your life, tallying your faults. Banish that thought. That is the language of the accuser, not the language of your heavenly family. Their gaze is one of pure, hopeful, loving anticipation. They are the crowd at the finish line, cheering you on, their voices joining in a chorus of welcome. And they are not alone. The angelic hosts I assigned to guard you from your first breath now stand at full attention, filling the space around you. These are not strangers. They have been your unseen companions, your celestial guardians. They fought battles for you in realms you could not see, diverted dangers you never knew existed, and deflected arrows from the enemy aimed at your soul. Their lifelong vigil for you is now culminating. Their swords are at rest, for the final battle is won. Their faces, which have watched you with fierce tenderness all your life, are now filled with a triumphant joy for you. And at my throne, every prayer you have ever uttered is remembered now. The desperate whispers when you felt lost, the tearful pleas for your loved ones, the joyful praises you sang in moments of grace, none were lost. They have been gathered like a precious incense before me, a constant testimony to the faith in your heart. They have built the very mansions I have prepared for you. Feel their strength, my child. Feel the love of this celestial family, the encouragement of the saints, the steadfast protection of the angels. You are the focus of a celestial theater, and the final act is your homecoming. Heaven is holding its breath, not in suspense, but in joyful, certain expectation of welcoming you home. You are not alone. Now, my child, let us go deeper into the quiet. Cease your striving. Your mind is still working, still trying to make sense of this, to control it, to figure it out. You are replaying conversations, worrying about those you are leaving behind, trying to manage a moment that is not meant to be managed. It is meant to be surrender. Your mind is like a storm-tossed sea, and you cannot see the harbor through the waves. So be still. I am not asking you to do anything. I am asking you to simply be. Let's do this together. Breathe in my peace. Don't just think about it. Physically draw it in. Imagine my peace as a clean, cool light entering your lungs, flowing through your entire body, reaching every place where anxiety has taken root. Feel that knot in your stomach. That isn't from me. Let my peace surround it. Loosen it until it dissolves. Now breathe out the world's turmoil. As you exhale, visualize all the tension, all the fear, all the frantic energy leaving you like a cloud of smoke, disappearing into nothingness. You it again, my beloved. Breathe in my presence. Breathe out your panic. This simple act is a profound prayer, an exchange of your weakness for my strength, your chaos for my calm. A quiet spirit is needed now to perceive the eternal realm. Heaven does not shout over the noise of your fears. It whispers in the stillness behind them. To hear the music of the angels, to feel the embrace of the saints, to see the path home that I am illuminating for you, you must become quiet. In this sacred silence, let the resentments and worries of your life fall away. That person who wounded you so deeply years ago, let their face fade from your mind and release them into my hands. That mistake that has haunted you for decades, whispering shame in your ear, release your grip on it now. I have already forgiven it. These are heavy anchors chaining you to a shore you are meant to leave behind. I command those chains to break. Feel them crumble into dust. In this stillness, you will find the strength you need for this final journey. It is not your strength, for that hath been spent. It is my strength, and it is made perfect in your weakness. This is what I have meant for you all along. In the quiet, in the surrender, you finally learn to be still and know that I am God. Not as a concept you believe, but as a reality you experience. In this stillness, all your questions are finally answered. In this stillness, you find me. You are quiet now. And in the quiet, the question arises from your spirit, why? Why now? Why this way? You feel the suddenness, the finality of it all, and your soul seeks meaning. It is right to ask. Let me open your heart to the glorious purpose of this sacred moment, for it is woven with a love deeper than you can possibly imagine. Understand this first, my child. This moment is no accident. It is not a random event, not a tragedy, not a cruel twist of fate. This moment was appointed with perfect wisdom and love before the foundations of the world were ever laid. Your first breath and your last were known to me, and every step of your journey has been leading you here, to this very threshold, at this exact time. It is a divine appointment you are keeping. Think of a master goldsmith who holds a precious piece of gold. He places it in the fire, not to destroy it, but to purify it. The heat burns away every impurity, every piece of dross, until all that is left is a brilliant, shining reflection of the goldsmith's own face. My child, this moment is that final refining fire. It is not a fire of punishment. It is a fire of purification. It is my love, in its most intense form, burning away the last vestiges of fear, pride, and earthly attachment, so that your soul may shine for all eternity with the pure, glorious light in which I created it. You are in a sacred space now, a holy ground that exists between your life on earth and your life in eternity. Time itself has paused for you. Here, in this holy interval, the last pieces of the old self, the self that strove and feared and doubted, are finally and fully surrendered to me. This is, in a way, the ultimate test of your faith. But I do not test you to see if you will fail. I bring you to this place to give you the ultimate opportunity to triumph. I have stripped away everything else, all your earthly comforts, all your human strength, all the people and places you have leaned on. All you are left with is one, pure, simple choice, to trust me, to fall completely into my arms. This is the moment where your faith, which has guided you through the shadows, finally becomes sight. And in this, see the culmination of my grand plan for your redemption. Everything I have ever done in history, from the first promise I whispered in the garden, to the covenant with my people, to the ultimate sacrifice of my son on the cross, it all funnels down to moments precisely like this one. It is the story of my relentless, pursuing love for you reaching its beautiful, intended conclusion. All of this, my beloved, is for you. My child, stay with me. We have only just begun to unveil the why behind your life. To close your heart at this moment, when I am about to show you the depth of your value and the host of heaven that surrounds you, would be to turn your back on the very healing you have prayed for. Today, my heart yearns to give you what is next. Let us now, together, look at the ledger of your life. But put away the world's accounting books. We are not here to review your career, your accomplishments, with a balance in your bank account. You spent so much of your life worrying about those things, about providing, about succeeding, about building a reputation. You measured your worth by your job title, your possessions, the approval of others. My child, listen to me. In the economy of heaven, all of that is dust. We are here to measure your true wealth. Your true wealth is the love you gave away. Let's review that ledger now. Review not your gold, but the compassion you sowed. Remember that afternoon you stopped what you were doing to listen to a friend who was heartbroken, even though you were tired and had your own worries. That is a diamond, brilliant and clear. Remember that time you anonymously gave what you could to a family in need, expecting nothing in return. That is a ruby, deep and rich. Remember the simple, daily acts of patience you showed your family, the choice to speak a kind word when you were tempted to be harsh. Those are pearls beyond price. These are your jewels. These moments are your true fortune. I want you to bring to mind the kindness you offered when you thought no one was watching. The silent prayer you offered for a stranger in an ambulance. The time you held your tongue instead of spreading gossip. The moment you chose to forgive in your heart even when an apology never came. You thought those moments were small, insignificant, unseen. But I saw them all. I recorded each one in my book, and all of heaven rejoiced at these hidden victories of love. The most important question on this ledger is not what did you achieve, but how often did my love flow through you to touch another? Every time you showed mercy, every time you offered grace, every time your heart broke for what breaks mine, you were allowing me to love this world through your hands and your heart. These selfless acts are the only currency that has any value here. And here is the beautiful, divine paradox, my beloved. The love you poured out for others is the only treasure you have truly kept for yourself. Everything you tried to grasp, to hoard, to possess for yourself is slipping away now. But the love you gave, that is what has built your home here. That is what awaits you. It has gone before you, and it is here to welcome you with open arms, multiplied beyond measure. That is your true, eternal wealth. My child, now that we have looked upon the love you have given, we must gently turn to the moments when your words did not carry love. Do not be afraid. This is not a place of condemnation. It is a space of healing, a final chance for complete atonement so that you may enter my presence without a single stain. I want you to bring to mind the words spoken not from your spirit, but from your pain. Think of that sharp, cutting remark you made to your spouse in a moment of stress. The one you saw land like a physical blow. Remember the impatient, angry tone you used with your child when you were tired and overwhelmed, and the way their light dimmed for a moment. Recall the careless gossip you shared about a coworker to feel included, never fully considering the damage it might do to their name. Remember the words you used to defend your own pride, even when you knew you were in the wrong. These echoes can be deafening in the silence, I know. You have carried the memory of them, the sting of regret, for so long. Now, I want you to do more than just remember them. I want you to acknowledge the wounds they caused. You saw the flicker of hurt in their eyes, the brief moment of confusion or sadness before they put up their own wall. You felt the atmosphere in the room grow cold. Your words did not just vanish into the air, my beloved. They were forces, and they left a mark, a small wound on another soul that I also loved so dearly. Some of these wounds you saw, but so many were unseen, carried in silence by others who never let you know how deeply you had hurt them. In this holy moment, I ask you to see it. See the ripple effect of that moment of carelessness, of that flash of anger. Acknowledge the pain that your pain caused. It is in this honest seeing that true repentance begins. You do not need elaborate speeches. In the perfect quiet of your heart, for each memory that comes, simply form the thought, I am sorry. That is all that is needed. As you offer this sincere repentance, I want you to feel my forgiveness rushing in to meet you. It is not something you must beg for or earn. It is a gift I am pouring over you right now, a mighty river washing over the battlefield of your past. It cleanses every stain, quiets every echo, and heals the memory itself. Breathe it in. Accept it fully. You are clean. And hear this, for it is your ultimate defense against any lingering accusation. The blood of my Son speaks a better word. It shouts forgiven. It cries redeemed. And it silences forever every voice that would condemn you, including your own. Now that the slate is clean and the echoes are silenced by grace, let us look at another part of your life's beautiful ledger, the moments your faith, the greatest gift I gave you, took root and grew. This is the story of our journey together. Go back with me. Can you remember the very first time you felt my presence, not as an idea you were taught, but as a real and living thing? Perhaps it was in the quiet of a church when you were a child, a sense of awe that was bigger than the room. Perhaps it was on a walk in the woods, looking at the majesty of the trees, when a sudden peace descended upon you that made no earthly sense. Or maybe it was in a moment of deep crisis, when you had nowhere else to turn, and you called out my name and felt an answer in your soul. Cherish that memory. That was the first seed of true faith falling on the soil of your heart. It was the beginning of our conscious walk together, the moment you first truly recognized the voice that had been calling your name all along. Now, think of the trials. Oh, my child, you thought those moments would break you. The frightening medical diagnosis that left you breathless with fear. The devastating job loss that shook your security to its core. The bitter betrayal by a friend that made you question everything. In those moments you cried out to me, my God, where are you? You felt abandoned, lost in the storm. But look back now from this vantage point. See what I see? It was in the heart of that fire that your faith was forged from a fragile belief into tempered steel. It was in the darkness that you learned to trust my hand when you could not see the path. Your faith was not a fair-weather thing. It became a battle-tested, resilient reality. Each tear you cried watered that seed of faith. Each trial you endured while still clinging to me added a layer of strength to your spirit that you could have gained in no other way. And remember the small acts of obedience, the choices no one else saw. The decision to tell the truth when a lie would have been so much easier. The choice to give when your own resources were low. The moments you opened my word when your soul was starving, instead of numbing it with the world's distractions. These were not small things to me. Each one was a powerful declaration of your trust, a stone you were laying for the foundation of the mansion I have been preparing for you. Your faith, which so often felt to you as small and insignificant as a mustard seed, has moved spiritual mountains you never saw. It has held back forces of darkness and has brought you here, now, to the very door of your eternal home. We have walked through your words and your faith. And now, my beloved, with the utmost gentleness and love, we must go together to the most hidden place in your heart. There is one last weight we must remove before you can step fully and freely into the light. Do not be afraid. My presence is your safety. What is that secret shame you still carry? What is the one guilt you have refused to lay at the foot of the cross? The one you have clung to, believing you had to carry it as your rightful punishment. I see it. I have always seen it. It is that memory that makes you flinch in the dead of night. It is the action you are certain is too dark even for my grace to cover. Perhaps it was a secret addiction, a hidden habit that made you feel like a hypocrite. Perhaps it was a profound failure as a parent, a spouse, or a friend, a wound you caused that you have never forgiven yourself for. Maybe it is a deep-seated envy or bitterness you have nurtured in secret. You have been your own jailer, my child, holding yourself captive to this one thing long after I offered you the key. Listen to me now with your whole spirit. That burden has no place in eternity. You cannot bring it with you. My kingdom is a realm of pure, unhindered light, and this secret darkness cannot enter. It is not that I am barring the door against it. It is that the sheer weight of it will hold you back. It is a heavy stone you have tied to your own soul. It is time to let it go. I am here, right now, to take it from you. This is not a metaphor. This is a divine transaction. I want you, in your spirit, to gather up all the pain, the shame, and the secrecy of that burden. Feel its awful weight one last time. Now, open your spiritual hands and release it. Let it fall. I am taking it from you. My son's shoulders are broader than you can imagine. He already carried this exact burden for you on the hardwood of the cross. He has simply been waiting for you to stop carrying it yourself. Do not insult his perfect sacrifice by continuing to pay a debt he has already declared settled in full. There. It is done. The moment you chose to release it, it was gone. Feel the lightness in your soul. Feel the clean air where that weight used to be. The last chain has fallen away. Now you are truly ready. Step forward, my child. Unburdened, light, and wonderfully free. Before you were even a thought in your mother's mind, I knew you. And as I wove you together, I wove specific, unique gifts into the very fabric of your being. They were my divine signature on your soul, the unique colors I gave you to paint upon the canvas of your life. These were not random personality traits, my child. They were divine endowments, tools I gave you for your life's work. Think of them now. That unique ability you had to bring a sense of calm and order to a chaotic situation. A deep, heartfelt passion for stories which could have encouraged so many souls. A way you could truly listen to someone's pain and, without saying a word, make them feel seen and understood. That fire for justice I placed in your heart, that anger at the world's wrongs. That special knack for nurturing growing things, for making a small patch of earth beautiful. A humor that could diffuse a tense moment and make others laugh. Did you see these as the holy gifts they were? Or did you dismiss them as ordinary, unimportant, or not as impressive as the gifts you saw in others? What did you do with these treasures I entrusted to you? Did you use them, however imperfectly, for my glory and for the good of those around you? Or did fear cause you to bury them in the ground? I know the fear, my beloved. The fear of failure. The fear of being seen as inadequate. The fear that what you had to offer was not enough. I see the opportunities that passed you by, the chance to lead that small group, the nudge to start writing, the prompting to reach out to that person in need, the call to serve that you ignored because you felt unqualified. You hesitated, and the moment passed, and you have carried a quiet regret for it. Now, you must hear my heart in this. It is not the final outcome I judge. I do not measure the masterpiece you did or did not create. I do not count the number of people you led. I weigh the willingness of your heart. I saw your desire to use your gifts, even when fear held you paralyzed. I saw the longing to create, to serve, to heal. That longing, that willing spirit, is what I honor. So now, in this moment, offer it all to me as a final act of worship. Offer me the successes, but also offer me the failures. Offer the gifts you used, and offer me the unused potential, the songs you never sang. Give them all to me. For in my kingdom, nothing is wasted. Every redeemed gift, every surrendered passion, finds its ultimate purpose here. The wisdom you were afraid to share on earth will be a light here. The creativity you suppressed will be unleashed in the projects of heaven. All I made you to be will come to its full, glorious, and eternal fruition. You have bravely faced the truth of the gifts I gave you. Do not retreat into shame now. The most beautiful part of your story, the part where my unending grace covers all your efforts, is what I wish to show you next. It would wound my heart for you to stop here, believing the story ends with your performance. Let me show you how my love finishes the story. There is one last reflection we must make, my child, and it is the most important of all. It is the golden thread that has been woven through every scene of your life, through the moments of joy and the moments of deep sorrow. It is the truth upon which your entire existence has been built, my grace. Let your soul be saturated now in the recognition of my constant mercy. Reflect, just for a moment, on the countless times my grace shielded you. The near miss on the highway that should have been a fatal crash. The illness that should have taken you but mysteriously receded. The destructive path you started down, only to find a roadblock you could not explain. You called it luck. You called it a close call. You called it coincidence. But it was my hand, my child, my angels, my grace, shielding you, protecting you, preserving you for this very moment. Think of the second chances you received when you fully deserve a judgment. The undeserved blessings that showered down on you right after a season of rebellion and foolishness. The quiet, unseen interventions that saved the relationship you had nearly destroyed with your own words or actions. These were not rewards for your good behavior. They were pure gifts, expressions of my unwavering, unconditional love for you. My mercy was your sunrise each and every morning. It was new for you every single day, regardless of how the day before had ended. See my hand now in your very survival. The food you ate, the roof over your head, the simple strength it took to get out of bed on the days when grief was a physical weight upon you. You thought it was your own resilience, your own effort. But it was me, always me, sustaining your every breath, upholding your every step, carrying you when you did not even have the strength to cling to me. You must acknowledge this now. In this moment of perfect clarity, nothing you ever accomplished, nothing you ever survived, was by your strength alone. It was all by grace. And so, let a spirit of profound, overwhelming gratitude be your final earthly expression. Let it wash over your soul like a warm tide, cleansing away the last vestiges of pride and self-reliance. Gratitude for the life you were given, for the beauty you saw, for the love you shared, for the trials that shaped you, and above all, for the relentless, never-failing, never-ending grace that has carried you all the way from your first cry to this final, sacred peace. Let your whole being become a prayer of thanks. Let that be the final posture of your soul as you cross the threshold into glory. My child, we have cleansed the record of your own faults, and you stand clean before me by my grace. But there is one final chain, and it is a chain you yourself are holding in your own hand. It is the heavy, cold chain of unforgiveness. We must attend to this now, for you cannot soar into eternity while still tethered to the grievances of the earth. As I speak these words, whose face comes to your mind? Do not push it away. Let it service. Is it the family member whose betrayal cut you so deeply that the wound has never truly healed? Is it the friend who walked away in your darkest hour, leaving a silence that still echoes with pain? Is it the boss who took credit for your work, who spoke dismissively of your value, leaving you feeling small and unseen? You have told yourself for years that you have moved on, that it no longer affects you. But be honest in this sacred space. The mention of their name still causes a tightening in your chest, doesn't it? The memory still has the power to bring a flash of heat, a bitter taste to your soul. That, my child, is a grievance. It is a poison you have been sipping every day, hoping the other person would somehow feel its effects. But it has only sickened your own spirit. You must understand this divine law of my kingdom. You cannot enter into the fullness of my presence while you are chained to a grievance. It is an impossible contradiction. You cannot breathe the pure, free air of heaven while holding the suffocating weight of bitterness in your heart. You have received my complete and total forgiveness, a flood of mercy that has washed you clean. That flood is not meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you. To be forgiven, you must forgive. This is not a cruel rule I have invented to test you. It is a profound spiritual truth I designed for your own liberation. Holding on to bitterness does not punish the other person. It builds a prison around your own soul. And today, we are going to walk out of that prison forever. This act is not for them. They may never know of this moment. It does not excuse what they did or erase the pain it caused. It simply releases you from the exhausting, soul-crushing job of being their judge and jailer. That is my role, not yours. So now, in the quiet sanctuary of your soul, I want you to speak their name. Picture their face before you, and with the strength I am pouring into you right now, say these words from the depths of your being. I release you. I forgive you. I let you go. Hand them over to my perfect justice and my infinite mercy. Feel the chain fall from your hand. Feel the bitter poison draining away, and my peace flowing in to take its place. The final lock on your soul has just been opened. Now, you are ready to enter my gates with a heart that is wonderfully and completely free. My child, just as you have been called to release others from the debt of bitterness, I now call you to release my word into a world bound by chains. If your heart now yearns to see other souls find this same freedom, know that I am inviting you to become the key that unlocks their prison. Every seed you sow through your giving becomes a river of my grace for another, a light that shatters their darkness. I declare over you my living promise. Give, and it shall be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over into your life. This is your holy appointment to partner with me in the great harvest of souls. As you do, I will cause all grace to abound toward you, so that you will abound in every good work. Become a releaser of this message. Sow your seed of faith now through Super Thanks membership, with a link in the description. We have looked at what you have done, my child, the good, the bad, and the forgiven. Now, we must look deeper, to the place I have always seen. We must look at why you did what you did. Humans see the outward action, the gift given, the service performed. But I have always looked past the hands and into the heart. The motive is the root of the tree. The action is merely the fruit it produces. Let us examine the roots of your life together. Think of the times you served in my name, the moments you gave to the poor, the hours you volunteered. Be honest now, in this place of perfect safety and love. Why did you do it? Did you serve for the applause of men? Were you motivated by the thank you, the public recognition, the quiet satisfaction of being seen by others as a good and generous person? That desire for approval is a deeply human thing, but its reward is found on earth, and it is as fleeting as the sound of clapping hands. It withers and fades away. Now think of the other times. The times you did something good knowing, with certainty, that no one would ever find out but me. The anonymous donation dropped into the collection plate. The extra hour you stayed late at work to help a struggling colleague, letting them get the credit. The fervent prayer you whispered for an enemy who had wished you harm. The choice to do the right thing when the wrong thing was not only easier, but would have made you more popular. Those actions, my child, were done for an audience of one. They were pure offerings, and their reward is eternal. I saw the silent sacrifices you made that your own family never noticed. The deep weariness you pushed through, not for a bigger house, but for their well-being. The personal dreams you quietly set aside for the sake of another's happiness. The brutal, unseen battles you fought against your own worst impulses. These are the things that are precious to me. This is the gold I have been storing for you here. I weigh the intention, not just the deed. A simple cup of cool water, given in my name out of a heart of pure, selfless love, outweighs a great fortune given for the sake of pride and the building of a public legacy. It was never about the size of your gift. It was always about the size of the love in your heart when you gave it. So now, let go of both your pride in your good deeds and your lingering shame over your mixed motives. They are all covered by grace. Simply present your heart to me as it is. For in the end, that is the only offering I have ever truly desired from you. You spent so much of your life trying to be strong, my child. You saw your weaknesses as liabilities, your vulnerabilities as things to be hidden away and ashamed of. You believed the world's lie that strength was about self-reliance, about never showing cracks, about having it all together. But now, in this moment of perfect clarity, I want you to see what I have always seen. Your moments of greatest weakness were, in fact, the moments of your greatest and most profound strength. Recall your moments of absolute despair, the times you truly hit rock bottom. Remember the grief that was so heavy it literally brought you to your knees, and you could not stand. Remember the failure so public and profound that you thought your life was over. Remember the diagnosis that stripped away every illusion of control you ever had. You felt shattered, powerless, and utterly defeated. You whispered, "I can't do this anymore. I have nothing left." And in that moment, heaven rejoiced. Because it was there, in that complete emptying of your own strength, that you finally created the space for my strength to rush in and fill you. My power is not an addition to your strength, my beloved. It is a replacement for it. It can only fill a vessel that hath been emptied of its own pride and self-reliance. You looked at your brokenness and saw only flaws, only damage to be ashamed of. But I looked at your brokenness and saw the perfect vessel for my grace. A whole, sealed pot can only contain itself. But a broken pot, one with cracks and fissures, can be filled with a light that spills out in every direction, illuminating a world that is lost in darkness. Your cracks, your scars, your wounds, they were not signs of your failure. They were the openings through which my light and love could finally pour out of you to touch others. Every tear you shed in those long, dark nights was not wasted. Your tears watered the very seeds of your greatest spiritual growth. It was in your sorrow that you learned true compassion for others. It was in your failure that you learned humility. It was in your loss that you finally learned to hold loosely to the things of this world and to cling tightly to me. So do not lament your struggles now. They were the sacred arena where you wrestled with me, and in your surrender, you discovered the undeniable reality of my grace. Your testimony, the story of how you overcame, not by your own power, but by collapsing into mine, is a song the angels have been waiting to hear. It will be a testament for all eternity to my goodness and my power, made perfect in your beautiful, surrendered weakness. My child, you have so often felt that you were fighting your battles alone. In your darkest hours, you looked around and saw no one, feeling the full weight of your struggles pressing down only on you. You saw the visible conflicts, the arguments, the financial pressures, the illnesses, and thought that with the entire war. But now, in this place where the veil is thin, I want to pull that curtain back and show you the truth of your life. Your existence hath been a constant spiritual warfare, but you were never, not for a single moment, alone on the battlefield. From the instant I breathed life into you, you were marked as mine, and because of that, you became a target for the enemy of your soul. He sought to discourage you, to deceive you, to derail your purpose, and to destroy your faith. But you were never a fair target. You were never an easy mark. Because at my command, legions of my mightiest warrior angels were dispatched to be your personal, unwavering guard. I want you to understand how real this was. When you felt that sudden, unexplainable check in your spirit that stopped you from making a life-altering mistake, that was the whisper of an angel. When you were driving, and a sudden impulse made you slow down, avoiding an accident you never even saw, that was an angel's intervention. When a wave of inexplicable peace washed over you in the middle of a chaotic crisis, that was the calming presence of your celestial guardians. There were dangers you never knew that were diverted by my hand. There were plots of the enemy against you that were thwarted before they could ever reach you. There were diseases that came near your home but were not allowed to enter. You have walked through a spiritual minefield every day of your life, but you were surrounded by a heavenly host whose sole mission was your protection and your perseverance. And in the courts of heaven, another battle was waged for you. The enemy is an accuser. Day and night, he brought your failings before my throne, listing your sins and demanding your condemnation. But you had a defender. My son, your advocate, stood for you. He did not deny your weakness. He presented his perfection. He did not hide your sin. He presented his blood that covers it all, silencing every accusation before it could ever be heard. You have been cherished, fought for, and defended every moment of your existence. And now, the veil is dissolving completely. Soon, you will see them face to face, these glorious beings who walk beside you. And you will finally understand how truly and how powerfully you have always been protected and loved. Now you see the unseen armies that have guarded you your entire life. They did not fight for you to abandon the path at this final, crucial stage. I have pulled back the veil to show you how deeply you are cherished. To stop listening now would be to dishonor your vigil and my command to protect you. The meaning of your own choices is next. Do not forsake this vital wisdom. Your life, my beloved, has been a great and intricate tapestry, woven day by day, moment by moment. The threads of this tapestry were your choices. Every decision, from the monumental ones that changed the course of your life, to the seemingly insignificant ones you made without a second thought, was a thread that you wove into the ongoing story of your soul. I have witnessed every single one. Every time you stood at a crossroads and chose light over darkness, heaven itself rejoiced. When you chose to forgive when every fiber of your being wanted to hold a grudge, a thread of brilliant, shining gold was woven into your design. When you chose honesty when a lie would have been so much easier, a thread of pure, clean white was added. When you chose to show compassion to someone the world had dismissed, a vibrant, living green became a part of your story. These choices for love and truth created patterns of breathtaking beauty in your soul's tapestry. But my child, there were other choices. I witnessed those as well, not with condemnation, but with a father's sorrow. Every time you chose your own self-interest over the call of love, a tangled, gray thread was introduced, obscuring the pattern. Every time you chose to nurse a secret bitterness, a dark, heavy thread was added that pulled at the fabric. Every time you chose fear over faith, a knot was formed, a place of tension and struggle in your design. Your tapestry, like all human tapestries, is a complex mix of light and shadow, of beautiful, flowing patterns and sections of tangled knots. It tells the true story of your heart's journey. But now, all of that is in the past. The weaving is done. You stand before the final, most important choice of your entire earthly life. All the millions of other choices you have made have led you to this single, defining crossroads. The tangled threads and the beautiful ones are all part of the story that brought you here. But this one choice, this final act of your will, has the power to define the entire masterpiece. The choice is simple, but it contains all of eternity. Choose me. Choose love. Choose faith. In this moment, with all that you are, turn your face, your heart, your will, and your complete trust toward me. Let your final conscious act be a simple, sincere, and total yes to my love, a yes to my grace, a yes to my Son who has already done everything to secure your place with me. For here is the most glorious mystery of my redemptive power. This one, final, sincere choice untangles every knot. This single yes to me washes every gray and darkened thread and transforms it into shimmering silver. This one act of faith has the power to redeem a lifetime of other choices, making the entire tapestry a breathtaking masterpiece that tells the ultimate story, the story of my unending, victorious, and redeeming love for you. Your final choice is your greatest choice. Choose now. My child, for your entire life, you have worked to build, to gather, to achieve. In the world you are now leaving, these things seem so important, so solid. You wore many crowns there, the crown of a good reputation, the crown of professional success, the crown of material possessions. You carried them, polished them, and defended them. But now, in the pure, unfiltered light of eternity, I must help you see the truth of these things so you can let them go. That reputation you worked so tirelessly to build, the good name you cultivated among your friends and colleagues, can you feel it now? It is fading like a whisper in a great wind. The opinions of others, which once held so much power to lift you up or cast you down, have no substance here. The titles you held, manager, parent, homeowner, expert, were temporary roles you played on the world stage. They were useful for a time, but they are not who you are. In my presence, all earthly hierarchies dissolve, all resumes are turned to dust. There is only one title that has ever truly mattered, and it is the one I gave you from the beginning, my child. Every other label you have ever worn was a costume. It is time to let it fall away. And the possessions you gathered, the things you called your own, the house you poured your heart and soul into, making it a reflection of you, the car you cherished, the savings you so carefully accumulated for a future that has now been transfigured. You spent so much of your precious time and energy cleaning them, protecting them, insuring them, and worrying about them. But feel it now. Your grip on them is gone. You cannot take them with you. They are returning to the dust from which they came, for they were never truly yours to begin with. They were merely things I lent to you for a season, tools for your journey, props in your story. All that you chased on earth, every ounce of your life's energy you spent pursuing things that could be bought, sold, and eventually decay, unless that pursuit was an extension of your pursuit of me, was a chasing after the wind. It was vanity, a beautiful and tragic illusion. But do not feel sorrow or regret in this. This is not a moment of loss. It is a moment of the most glorious exchange imaginable. You are being asked to release your grip on tarnished, temporary crowns made by human hands so that you can receive the only crown that is real, the only one that truly matters, the crown of life. It is a crown that will never tarnish, never fade, a crown woven from my own eternal glory, reserved for all who love me. I am holding it out to you now. Will you trade the temporary for the eternal? Let go of the illusion of your earthly kingdom, and you will inherit the staggering reality of mine. Let us now speak of the body you have inhabited, the vessel that has carried you through your entire earthly journey. For so long, you have identified completely with it, its aches and its pleasures, its strengths and its weaknesses, its appearance in the mirror. You have felt trapped by it and you have reveled in it. But that body, my child, was a temporary dwelling, a tent I fashioned for your eternal spirit to live in during its pilgrimage through the world. Do not dismiss it now that its journey is ending, for it was a masterpiece of my own creation, fearfully and wonderfully made. I want you, in this moment, to offer me thanks for this incredible gift. Give thanks for the eyes that allowed you to witness the impossible glory of a sunrise and to see the face of a person you loved. Give thanks for the ears that heard the sound of music that could stir your soul to tears and the precious sound of a child's laughter. Give thanks for the hands that allowed you to build things, to hold another's hand in comfort, to feel the texture of the world. Give thanks for the feet that carried you, that allowed you to walk through a forest, to stand in the ocean, to run in a field. Every sense, every heartbeat, every breath was a gift from me, meticulously designed to allow you to experience, interact with, and find joy in the physical world I made for you. This body was meant for a purpose far greater than mere physical existence. It was designed to be a sacred space, a living, breathing temple for my Holy Spirit to dwell in. But there were times, were there not, when you dishonored this sacred vessel? Times you harmed it with neglect, or pushed it too far, or poisoned it with indulgence. Times you used it for selfish pleasure that left your spirit feeling empty, rather than for the holy purposes I intended. And what of the times you despised its appearance? The times you stood before a mirror and cursed its shape, its age, its imperfections, forgetting that it was my own loving handiwork, designed by me for you. In this final moment of honesty, simply repent. Acknowledge that you did not always treat this sacred gift with the honor it deserved. And as you do, receive my cleansing grace that washes away all misuse, all regret. Now, prepare to leave it behind. Do not fear this separation. It is like taking off a well-worn garment at the end of a long day. Its journey is over. Its pains are ending forever. Its limitations are about to fall away. You are not your body. You are the eternal spirit that lived within it. And you are about to be clothed in a new, immortal, glorious body, one that will never ache, never tire, never age, and never, ever die. A body perfectly suited for an eternity of limitless joy in my presence. My child, your life was not lived in a sterile room or an empty void. It was lived out upon the earth. A world I spoke into being with a word. A living masterpiece I painted with light and water and soil and life. I gave humanity a special role in this creation. I gave you dominion, not as ruthless conquerors to exploit and destroy, but as loving caretakers, as gardeners in my own garden. Your relationship with my creation was always a mirror, reflecting your relationship with me, its creator. Let us look at that reflection now. Did you take the time to truly see me in my handiwork? Did you ever just stop and marvel at the intricate, impossible design of a single snowflake, knowing no two are alike? Did you ever watch a sunset paint the sky with colors so glorious they brought an ache to your heart? Did you ever feel the humbling power of a thunderstorm or the profound peace of a quiet forest? Every mountain that stood in silent majesty, every river that carved its patient path, every star that shone in the vast, silent night, each was a love letter I wrote directly to you, a constant, physical declaration of my glory, my power, and my intimate goodness. Your ability to perceive that beauty, to feel a sense of awe in its presence, was a sacred echo of my own image within you. And how did you act as a steward of this precious gift? Did you treat the creatures of the field and the birds of the air with a gentle respect, seeing them as fellow creations of mine, each with its own purpose and beauty? Or did you participate, even through carelessness and convenience, in the world's harsh exploitation of its resources? Did you see the earth as a disposable commodity to be used up for your own comfort, or as a sacred trust to be nurtured and preserved for those who would come after you? When you walked gently upon the earth, when you took care not to waste, when you felt a pang of sorrow at the destruction of beauty, you were honoring me. When you treated my world as a cheap and endless resource, you grieved my spirit. But this world, with all its breathtaking beauty and all its man-made brokenness, was always meant to be your temporary home. It was a training ground for your senses, your heart, and your spirit. It was here that you learned about beauty and fragility, about life and death, about order and chaos, and about your deep, abiding need for me to one day make all things new. So, leave it now. Release your attachment to its fading beauty. For you are about to inherit something far grander, a promise I made long ago, a new heaven and a new earth, where the beauty is eternal and the relationship between humanity and creation is finally and perfectly restored, forever. My child, I have told you in my word that I am a spirit, that I dwell in unapproachable light where no man can see me and live. And yet, I also told you exactly where you could find me every single day on this earth you are leaving. I told you that when you encountered the hungry, the thirsty, the stranger, the sick, the imprisoned, you were encountering me. In every moment of raw human need you came across, you stood face to face with your God. The question that echoes in eternity is, did you recognize me? Remember the person on the street corner, the one whose eyes you avoided because their poverty made you uncomfortable. I was in their eyes, looking at you. Remember the lonely neighbor, the one whose stories you were too busy to listen to, whose quiet desperation was a silent scream. I was in their voice, longing for connection. Remember the news of the suffering in a distant land, the images that you quickly scrolled past because the pain was too much to take in. I was in their cry, your brother, your sister, made in my image. When you stood in those moments, you stood at a divine crossroads. Did you turn away, justifying your inaction with thoughts of your own scarcity, your own busyness? Or did you push past your own comfort and extend my hand of compassion? Your charity, or your lack of it, was never simply about their physical need. It was always a reflection of the state of your own heart. Was your heart soft enough to be broken by the things that break mine? Could you see past the dirt, the addiction, the different culture, the political label, to recognize a precious soul, a person I love with the same infinite passion that I love you? I hear the cries of the poor, the oppressed, the marginalized, and the forgotten. I hear them every single moment of every single day. And I ask my children on earth to be my answer. I ask for your hands to be my hands. I ask for your resources to be my provision. The small amount of money you gave, that bag of groceries you donated, that moment you looked a person the world called a nobody in the eye and treated them with dignity and respect, that was not just you being a good person. That was me, the King of the universe, working through you to bring a tiny fragment of my kingdom of love and justice to a broken world. Every act of mercy you showed to the least of these was done directly, personally, and beautifully unto me. Let that be the final posture of your soul as you prepare to meet me face to face, a posture of boundless compassion, of a heart that beats in rhythm with my own love for the vulnerable. We have walked through the difficult truth of how you have loved others. If this has stirred shame in your heart, then you must not stop. The very next step is the one that brings ultimate freedom from pride itself, the root of every failure to love. It would grieve my spirit for you to turn away now, content with a surface-level review, when the key to your total liberation is what I am offering you next. We come now, my beloved, to the very root of all sin, the one spiritual disease from which all others grow. It is the one thing that cannot possibly coexist with me in the atmosphere of heaven, which is pure grace. We must deal, finally and completely, with the great obstacle that has stood between you and me your entire life. We must talk about pride. Pride is not just the loud boasting of an arrogant person. That is merely its ugliest fruit. Its root is much deeper, much quieter, and far more subtle. In its deepest form, pride is the persistent, internal belief that you are the author of your own life. It is the quiet whisper in your soul that says, I did this. My hard work earned this success. My intelligence solved this problem. My resilience got me through this trial. It is the part of you that takes full credit for your strengths and achievements, and the part that stubbornly resists surrendering your failures and sins, secretly believing you can somehow fix them or make up for them on your own. It is the stubborn refusal to admit your absolute, total, and constant need for me for the very breath in your lungs. In this final, sacred moment, you must let go of this illusion and acknowledge your complete dependence on me. The strength you had to work those long hours was a loan from me. The intellect you used to build your career was a gift from me. The love you had for your family was an echo of my love for you. The very life that has beaten in your heart from its first moment was sustained by my power alone. Acknowledging this is not meant to diminish you. It is meant to finally free you from the exhausting, impossible burden of trying to be your own God. Humble yourself before me now. In your spirit, bow as low as you can possibly go, and I will lift you up. This is my unchanging promise. Pride is the lie that tells you that you can earn your way into my presence, that if your good deeds just barely outweigh your bad, you might be acceptable. It is the greatest deception of the enemy. You must, in this final moment, admit your complete spiritual bankruptcy. You must admit your desperate need for a savior. You must confess with your whole being that you are unable to cross this final bridge on your own merit, that you bring nothing in your hands that can purchase your passage. For here is the foundational truth of my kingdom. Emptiness of self is the absolute prerequisite for being filled with me. You must become nothing in your own eyes to receive everything from my hand. Let go of the last, stubborn shred of pride, and in that perfect, beautiful humility, you will find me waiting to fill you with myself for all of eternity. Now that you have emptied yourself of pride and stand honestly before me, your spirit is ready to receive the one and only truth that can carry you from this moment into eternity. Your hands are empty of your own accomplishments, your own righteousness, and your own strength. This is a holy and perfect state to be in, for now you are ready to cling to the only thing that has ever had the power to save you. Listen to me, my child, and let this truth extinguish the last embers of fear. Do not, in this final moment, try to present me with a list of your good deeds. I know that instinct is still there, the deeply human desire to justify yourself, to say, but look at the good I did. Look at all the times I tried my best. I saw every effort, and I honored the love behind it. But I must tell you this hard and wonderfully freeing truth. On their own, your very best deeds, your most selfless moments when held up to the perfect, blazing holiness of my being, are as filthy rags. They are all, in some small way, tainted with mixed motives, with a flicker of pride, with a shadow of self-interest. They cannot pay the price for a single moment of rebellion against me. You cannot build a ladder to heaven out of your own good works. It will crumble before it even begins. So let go of that instinct now. Release your good deeds. Release your righteousness. They have no currency in this kingdom. Instead, I want you to turn the full gaze of your spirit away from yourself. Look away from your sins, for they are forgiven. Look away from your accomplishments, for they are insufficient. Look only to one place. Look to the finished work of my Son on that cruel, beautiful, world-changing cross. See him there, my beloved. See the love that held him there, not the nails. That moment was not a tragedy. It was the greatest triumph in the history of the cosmos. It was the moment I, in my perfect justice and infinite love, reconciled the entire world to myself. It was the moment your personal, crushing debt of sin was paid in full, forever. The cross is the one and only bridge that spans the great chasm between your mortal, broken life and my eternal, Holy One. There's no other way home. All other paths lead to nowhere. So I command you now, in your spirit, with all that you are, cling to it. This is not a passive belief. It is an active, desperate, saving grasp. Reach out your spiritual hands and hold fast to the foot of that rugged cross. Let it be your only hope. Let it be your certain victory. In this final storm, everything else is shifting sand, but the cross is the solid, unshakable rock. Its shadow provides the only true shelter from the final accusations of the enemy. Rest there. Hide there. You are utterly and completely safe there. You have clung to the cross as your only hope, the one true anchor in the storm. If you now feel the security of this eternal salvation, then I am calling you to help lift this banner of hope for a world drowning in despair. Your gift is the oil that allows the light of this message to burn brighter, reaching souls who are lost in the shadows and believe they are forgotten. I commission you now with my living decree. You are the light of the world, and a city set on a hill cannot be hidden from those who need it most. This is your divine appointment to extend the shadow of the cross over another soul in need. For every measure you pour out to fuel this ministry, I will ensure your own lamp never runs dry and your own house knows no darkness. Answer the call. Shine this light into the world's darkest corners now through Super Thanks membership, or the link in the description. You are clinging to the cross. Now I want you to understand the divine power that flows from it, the very substance of your salvation. Before the perfect, unblinking justice of my throne, only one plea is ever heard that can grant entry. It is not a plea for mercy based on a person's good intentions or their ignorance of my law. It is a legal, binding, and eternal plea that satisfies every demand of my perfect holiness and silences all accusers. That plea is not your own merit, my child. It is not your name, your family, your reputation, or your good works. The only plea that guarantees your eternal welcome is the shed blood of the Lamb, my only Son, Jesus Christ. Do not think of this as a mere symbol. It is the most powerful reality in the spiritual realm. The enemy, the accuser of your soul, comes before me with a long, detailed list of your every failure, your every sin, your every selfish thought. He presents them as irrefutable evidence, demanding your just condemnation. He's not wrong about the facts of your life. He's only wrong about the verdict. For the blood of my Son speaks a better word. It speaks a louder word. It does not argue with the accuser or make excuses for your sin. It simply and powerfully declares, paid in full. It speaks of a love that was willing to go to the ultimate depth, to rescue you. It speaks of a finished work that the enemy can never undo. It speaks of a debt that has been eternally and completely canceled. The voice of the blood drowns out the voice of the accuser, and it is the only voice I hear when I look upon you now. That blood is a divine cleanser. It washes away every stain of sin, no matter how dark, no matter how old. That secret shame you have carried for 50 years is gone, washed whiter than snow. That stubborn bitterness you held on to is dissolved forever. That blood is a divine payment, settling an infinite debt you could not have begun to pay in 1,000,000,000 lifetimes, and that blood is a divine eraser, wiping your record so clean that when I look upon it, I do not see the sin. I see only the perfect righteousness of my Son that now covers you. All I ask of you now is that you allow it to cover you. Stop trying to hide your stains and simply let yourself be washed. Surrender to this ultimate act of love. Let it clothe you like a royal robe. For under the protection of that precious blood, you are seen by me, the holy judge of all the universe, as blameless, pure, and perfect. Not because of who you are, but because of whose you are, and what He has done for you. My child, you are not making this final journey alone or unguided. My Son has gone before you to prepare the way, and I have sent the Comforter to be your personal escort. The Holy Spirit, who has been your ever-present companion throughout your life, now takes on His most intimate role. He has been your guide in times of confusion, your counselor in times of decision, your strength in times of weakness. Now, He becomes your guide through the valley of the shadow of death itself. You must quiet your own thoughts and listen for Him now. His voice is not a thunderous command that rattles the heavens. It is a gentle whisper in the deepest part of your soul, a quiet, unshakable knowing in your heart. In the stillness you have found, you must tune your spirit to His frequency, like tuning a radio to a clear, life-giving station. He is the one who is actively countering every fear the moment it arises in your mind. When the great fear of the unknown begins to creep in, it is His whisper that says, "Peace. I know the way. Trust me." When a wave of sorrow for the loved ones you are leaving behind surges up, it is His comfort that envelops you like a warm, weighted blanket, assuring you that they are in my hands. What is He whispering to you right now? Listen. He is reminding you of my promises. Scripture verses you memorized long ago, promises you underlined in your Bible and have clung to in hard times. He is bringing them back to your mind now, not as mere words on a page, but as living, breathing, powerful realities. He is calming your anxieties with a peace that surpasses all human understanding. This is not a peace you can reason yourself into. It is a supernatural gift that He is pouring directly into your spirit, a divine sedative for your soul. And most importantly of all, He is testifying, deep calling to deep, to your own spirit that you are my child. In the face of any doubt or unworthiness, He is giving you the absolute, unshakable assurance that you belong to me, that you are mine, and that you are coming home. Let go of your own frantic attempts to navigate this final passage. Simply follow His lead. He knows the way. He has made this journey with every one of my saints who has gone before you. He knows every step, every turn, every shadow. He will not let you stumble or be afraid. Surrender to His gentle guidance. The Comforter has come to do His final earthly work in you, to comfort you, to assure you, and to carry you safely and gently across the final threshold and into my waiting arms. We have come to the very heart of this journey, my child. The final struggle is not against pain, or fear, or the unknown. The final struggle is the one within yourself. It is the last great battle of your earthly life, and it is fought on the sacred ground of your own will. It is the final, complete, and peaceful surrender of your will to mine. All your life, you have striven to impose your will upon the world. You made your plans, you set your goals, you fought with all your might for the outcomes you desired. This is how you have been wired to survive. And now, at the very end, every human instinct, every fiber of your being, screams at you to fight this, to resist this final outcome, to hold on with a white-knuckled grip to the life you have known. The desire to live is a powerful gift I planted within you, but now that gift must be willingly and trustingly surrendered back to me, the giver of all life. The greatest and final act of faith you can perform is to echo the prayer my own son prayed in his darkest hour in the garden. Father, not my will, but thine be done. To speak those words from your heart requires absolute trust. You must trust, without reservation, that my plan for you, even in this moment of earthly ending, is perfect, wise, and overflowing with a love you cannot yet comprehend. You see only this one closing door. I see the 1,000 doors of glory it is opening for you. You feel only this letting go. I see the eternal inheritance you are about to receive. You must trust my goodness, even when it leads you through this final valley. And know that the acceptance I call you to is not a passive, defeated resignation. It is not the hopeless sigh of giving up. It is an active, courageous, and powerful trust in me. Resignation is what happens when you give up hope. Acceptance is what happens when you place all your hope completely and finally in me. It is a powerful, final declaration of faith that says, even though I do not understand this, even though a part of me is afraid, I trust you. I accept your loving and perfect plan for me. In surrendering your will, you will find a peace you never thought possible, a profound stillness that silences the last great struggle. For this surrender, this final, trusting acceptance, is the key that you hold in your hand. It is the final key that unlocks the very gates of paradise. Turn the key now, my beloved child. Say yes to my will, and come home. You have just prayed the most powerful prayer of surrender, and all of heaven rejoices. Do not let this be just a fleeting feeling. I must now show you how to truly and peacefully let go of the people and the life you are leaving behind, to make your surrender complete. To say I trust you and then turn back to the pain of earthly attachment would be to break our sacred agreement. Stay with me. Let me lead you into perfect peace. There is one last cord that still binds your heart to the earth, my child. It is the strongest and most beautiful of all earthly cords, woven from memories, laughter, and tears. It is the cord of your deep love for those you are leaving behind. I see their faces in your heart right now as clearly as you do. I feel the ache of your love for them, the pain of this temporary parting. We must address this now, not to sever that cord, but to transform it, so that you can be completely free to come to me. Those you love, your spouse, your children, your dearest friends, I want you to know this with a certainty that calms your soul. They are in my hands. They have always been in my hands, even when you thought they were in yours to protect. Your fiercest, most selfless love for them is but a pale shadow, a tiny echo of the infinite, all-powerful love I have for them. You must release them from your grasp now. The worries that are flooding your mind, who will take care of them? Will they be okay? Will they remember me? These are a heavy weight you must now set down. You cannot carry this burden of concern where you are going. You must trust me with their journey, just as you have finally, fully trusted me with yours. I will be their comfort in their grief. I will be their provider in their need. I will be their guide in their confusion. I will not abandon them. My promise to you extends to them as well. Now, understand this glorious truth. Your love for them does not end here. It is about to be purified and perfected. The earthly love you felt, as beautiful as it was always mixed with a little fear, a little possessiveness, a little human selfishness. In my kingdom, you will love them with a pure, selfless, mighty love you cannot yet imagine, a love free from all anxiety and need. You are not abandoning them. You are moving into a position where you can love them more perfectly and pray for them more powerfully than ever before. And as you release them, you must also release your attachment to the life that is ending. The familiar comfort of your home, the simple routines of your day, the identity you built over a lifetime. It was a good gift, this life, but it was a temporary one. To receive the new, unimaginable gift I have for you, you must open your hands and release the old. Do not look back with longing or regret, for you are not losing a life, my beloved. You are gaining life itself. You are not heading into a dark void. You are heading into a brilliant eternity of joy, purpose, reunion, and love. You are exchanging a fleeting shadow for an everlasting substance. Let go and step into your infinite gain. My child, you have done the hard work of the heart. You have let go of your grievances. You have surrendered your will, and you have released your precious earthly ties into my keeping. Now there is only one movement left for your soul to make. It is the final, most glorious, and most important turning of your entire existence. For your whole life, your attention has been, by necessity, on the world around you. Now, I command you, stop looking back at that world, for it is fading away. It is like a ship that has already pulled away from the shore. The longer you stare at the receding coastline, the more sorrow and longing you will feel. The memories, both beautiful and painful, the regrets you have released, the unfinished business you have surrendered, it is all behind you now. To look back is to be anchored in the past, but your destination has always been forward, in eternity with me. The enemy of your soul would love for you to spend these last sacred moments lost in a haze of nostalgia and regret, to keep you distracted from the glory that is dawning right in front of you. But I am calling you to look forward. So now, in your spirit, you must turn. Make a conscious choice to turn your spiritual eyes forward. Even if it feels like you are in a dark and narrow tunnel, I promise you, there is a brilliant, warm, and welcoming light at the other end. It is not a harsh, interrogating light. It is the soft, golden light of home. It is the light of my own presence, radiating a love that is drawing you in. And as you turn toward that light, I want you to fix your gaze upon one person. In the center of that light, my Son, Jesus, is waiting for you. He is the author who began this story of faith in your heart so long ago, and he is the finisher who is standing now to welcome you at the story's triumphant conclusion. Look at his face. See the love in his eyes, a love that knows you completely and cherishes you infinitely. See the scars in his hands, the beautiful, terrible proof of the price he paid to purchase your passage home. As you look intently at him, something miraculous happens. The fears of this shadowland begin to lose their power. The fear of death itself, that great and final enemy, dissolves into nothingness in the face of his resurrected life. He's the lodestar of your soul, your true north, the unshakable center in this final, sacred transition. Focus all of your remaining consciousness on him. Do not look to the left or to the right. Just look at him. And I promise you, as you fix your gaze upon his love, he will draw you effortlessly, peacefully, and joyfully across the final threshold and into my eternal embrace. My child, your gaze is now fixed on my Son. Your heart is turned completely toward home. Now, it is time for your final prayer. In this moment, let go of any thought that you need to say something grand or eloquent. The time for long, complicated prayers is over. All your life, you have searched for the right words, worried if you were praying correctly, wondered if your prayers were good enough. I want to assure you now that I have never needed your eloquent words. I have only ever desired your sincere heart. Some of the most powerful prayers that have ever reached my throne have been simple, broken cries from the depths of a soul in need. In this final moment, a simple prayer from a completely surrendered heart is all I desire. To me, it is the most beautiful sound in all of creation. Do not search your memory for fancy words. Do not worry if you are saying the right thing. The language of heaven is not complexity, it is trust. Just speak from the very center of your being, from that new, quiet place of utter dependence on me. Let your prayer be as simple as the one my son prayed from the cross, the ultimate prayer of trust. Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. There are no more powerful words of surrender. With that simple phrase, you are releasing your last bit of control, your last grip on your own life, and placing yourself entirely into my safe, strong, and loving hands. Or let your prayer be the cry of the blind man on the side of the road, who knew he had nothing to offer me but his need. Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me, a sinner. In that cry, you are not listing your faults. You are acknowledging your complete need for His grace and His absolute power to save you. Or perhaps the most honest prayer for this moment is the one spoken by the desperate father who sought healing for his child. Lord, I believe, help my unbelief. In that raw, honest plea, you offer me everything you have, both your faith and your doubt, trusting that my grace is big enough to cover them both. It does not matter which of these you choose, or if your own heart forms its own simple version like, Jesus, I trust you. The power is not in the formula of the words themselves. The power is in the posture of the soul that prays them, a posture of utter, simple, childlike trust. It is the final, beautiful act of a child placing their hand in their father's, ready and willing to be led home. Let this be your final communication. Let it be a breath of pure trust, a whisper of complete surrender. And know that before the words even fully form in your spirit, I have heard, and I have answered with an eternal welcome. As you whisper that final prayer of surrender, my child, a great and holy transformation is beginning. You can feel yourself being stripped of your mortal garments. The body, with all its pains and weariness and limitations, is beginning to fall away like a heavy, old coat that you no longer need. Your earthly identity, with all its titles and roles and accomplishments, is dissolving like mist in the morning sun. You are being lovingly stripped of everything that is temporary, everything that is not your true, eternal self. But you are not being left naked or exposed. You are not being left ashamed. In the place of those old, worn-out clothes I myself am clothing you. Feel it now, in your very spirit. A new garment is being wrapped around you by the hands of angels. It is a robe of pure, brilliant white righteousness. It shines with a light that is not its own, a light that emanates from my own glory. This is the garment of heaven, the uniform of the redeemed, the family clothing of my children. You must understand where this robe came from, my beloved. It was not woven from the threads of your own good deeds. We have already seen how flimsy that fabric is. It was not earned by your religious efforts or your sincere attempts to be a good person. This perfect, seamless, dazzling garment was purchased for you at an infinite price, the precious blood of my own Son. Every single thread is infused with His perfect life, His selfless sacrifice, His triumphant righteousness. This robe is not a reward that you have earned. It is a gift that is freely and joyfully given to all who, in their spiritual poverty and emptiness, reach out to receive it. It is pure grace that you can wear. In your own self, you could never stand in the pure, holy court of heaven. But in this attire, you are perfectly fit to stand before my throne. When I look at you now, I do not see the stains of your past, your fears, or your imperfections. I see only the perfect, beautiful righteousness of my Son, which you now wear as your very own. Because of this robe, you are fully welcomed, you are completely accepted, you belong here. So wear it with unimaginable joy and profound, eternal gratitude. Let that feeling of being perfectly clothed and accept it wash over you. It is the fabric of grace itself. It is your declaration of dependence, your trophy of salvation, and your eternal sign that you are my beloved child, welcomed home forever and ever. My child, as the familiar sounds of the earthly world fade away, the ticking clock, the distant traffic, the hum of machines, a new sound is beginning to dawn on the edge of your spiritual senses. Be still and listen. Can you hear it? It is a faint music at first, a vibration not in your ears, but in your very spirit. Do not be afraid of this sound. It is the sound of home. This is the sound of heaven, alive and awake, preparing to welcome you. It is not like any music you have ever heard on earth. It is the sound of 1 billion redeemed voices, from every tribe and tongue and nation, all singing a new psalm of praise. It is the sound of angelic choirs, who have practiced for eons, rehearsing your personal welcome anthem. Every note, every harmony, is saturated with a peace and a joy so profound that it begins to heal every last scar on your soul, making you whole and complete. It is the sound of perfect love, the melody of unending joy. And listen, underneath that glorious music, do you hear it growing stronger? A clear, triumphant, golden sound. It is the sound of celestial trumpets. These are not trumpets sounding an alarm of war or a note of judgment for you. They are the trumpets of victory, sounding for a beloved soul who has finished the race, who has fought the good fight, who has kept the faith, and who is now returning home in triumph. This is the grand fanfare that celebrates your arrival. A king or queen on earth receives a small fanfare upon entering their city, but that is a pathetic whisper compared to this. The entire host of heaven, the great assembly of the redeemed, is announcing your arrival. They are not celebrating your strength or your goodness. They are celebrating the triumph of my grace in your life. This glorious sound is for you. Let it wash over you now. Let it fill your entire consciousness. Let its magnificent volume increase until it drowns out, once and for all, any remaining whispers of fear or doubt or unworthiness. The enemy cannot stand in the presence of this sound. It is the sound of his ultimate defeat and your eternal victory. This is not just a song you are hearing. It is a symphony. And it is a symphony that will never, ever end. The symphony of eternity is beginning for you, my beloved. And you are not just a listener. You are about to become a note in the glorious song itself, forever. The trumpets of heaven are sounding for you, my beloved. The symphony of your welcome has already begun. Can you not feel the pull of home? To turn away now, with the very gates of glory in sight, would be a sorrow too great for heaven to bear. We are almost there. Do not forsake the glorious end of your own redemptive story. Now, my child, the final moment of your mortal life is upon you. You will feel your body preparing for one final exhalation, one last release. Do not fear this. Do not fight it. It is a holy and sacred moment, the very doorway into your new life. This is not the snuffing out of a candle's flame in the darkness. It is the final, gentle breath that releases your spirit from its temporary home. It is the last breath of your old, fallen nature. Think for a moment of all that you are letting go of with this single, final breath. With it, you are releasing all physical pain, forever. Every ache, every throb, every moment of physical agony that you have endured is being exhaled for the very last time. With this breath, you release all sorrow. Every heartbreak, every grief, every disappointment, every tear you have ever cried is being let go into the past. With this breath, you release all sickness, all weakness, all decay, and all the limitations of your mortal flesh. And most wonderfully of all, with this breath, you release your very capacity to sin. The old self, with its selfish struggles and its prideful failings, is breathing its last. It is dying so that your true self can live forever. Think of this moment not as a gasp of fear, but as the deep, contented sigh of a long and weary traveler who has finally reached their destination and can set down their heavy bags forever. It is the sigh of a soldier whose long and brutal war is finally over. It is a sigh of release, of profound relief, of beautiful finality. This final exhalation is the prelude to your first glorious breath of celestial air. The very next thing your spirit will experience is an inhalation of pure life, pure joy, pure unadulterated glory. You will breathe in an atmosphere that is saturated with my presence and my love. It will be the most real, the most invigorating, the most satisfying breath you have ever taken. Remember my promise that I have whispered to you throughout your life. The former things are passing away. With this final breath, they are gone. Pain, sickness, sorrow, sin, and death itself are now behind you forever. And my next promise is now becoming your eternal reality. Behold, I am making all things new. Your new life, your new body, your new home, your new joy. It all begins with this final, beautiful, peaceful release. Let go, my child. Breathe out the old, and prepare to breathe in the eternal. As that final, gentle breath leaves you, the last thin veil dissolves completely. The shadows are not fading like a slow twilight. They are instantly and utterly obliterated by a brilliant, beautiful, and living dawn. The true light, the light that is the very essence of my being, is all around you and within you. You are seeing colors that have no name on earth, hues so vibrant and alive they seem to sing. You are hearing harmonies that no human ear has ever conceived, music that is both infinitely complex and perfectly simple. A joy so profound it feels as if it will burst your very being, is flooding every part of you, and in that moment, you realize you are not being consumed by it. You were made for it. This is your native air, and through that impossible light, you begin to see faces shining with a love and a joy that is purer than anything you have ever known. They are smiling. They are radiant. The faces of those you loved who went before you in faith. They are here, more real and alive than they ever were on earth, whole and vibrant, reaching out their hands to you. A great cloud of witnesses has become your personal, jubilant welcoming committee. There is no more separation. There is no more loss. There is only reunion. And as you look past them, pulled forward by an irresistible love, you see it. The source of the light. The source of the love. The source of the music. The unshakable center of all that is, was, and ever will be. The glory of my presence is no longer a distant hope or something, no, my faith alone. You are in it. It is all around you. What you have seen only through a glass darkly, what you have perceived only as a faint echo, you now see face to face. Your long, weary journey is over. Your race is won. Your fight is finished. I have been waiting for this very moment since before I laid the foundations of time. See, my child. My arms, the very arms that formed the cosmos and that held you safely in your mother's womb, are open wide for you, and only for you. This is the embrace you have been longing for your entire life, the embrace your soul was created for. Enter into the joy I have prepared for you. There is no more pain here. There are no more tears. There is no more night. There is no more sorrow, no more fear, no more sorrow. Only love. Only peace. Only life, abundant and eternal. All your questions are answered in my gaze. All your deepest longings are fulfilled in my presence. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Well done. Welcome home. You have heard the words, welcome home, and have felt the joy of my eternal embrace in your spirit. If your soul now rejoices in this promise, I am inviting you to help pave the way for other lost children to find their own path home to me. Your support is the manna in the wilderness for a starving soul, the very bread of life that sustains them on their journey toward my arms. I have given you this hope freely. Now I empower you with my command. Freely you have received, freely give. Your gift is a resounding amen to the story you have just heard, a declaration that you want others to experience this same glorious welcome. As you become my provision for them, I will ensure your own storehouses never lack my heavenly manna and your cup overflows with blessings. Answer the joy in your heart. Be my hands of provision now through Super Thanks membership, with a link in the description. My child, all of heaven has watched this sacred moment with you, and now your own declaration is awaited. Do not let the echo of my voice fade into silence. Give it your own voice in response. Take your stand with the great cloud of witnesses and make your final choice known. Affirm that you have heard me and are turning your face homeward. Declare it now for all to see. Heaven is my witness. I'm coming home. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.